Here are the faces of the Nigerian heroes that have graced the face of Nigerian currency over time.
Muhammadu Buhari is a familiar name in Nigeria's politics, but became prominent more as a military leader. His life started years before, on December 17, 1942. Buhari is a native of Dora in Katsina State, raised by his mother after his father died when he was about 4 years old. In December 1989, Buhari married his second and current wife, Aisha. The marriage produced 5 children. Buhari joined the Nigerian Army in 1961 through the Nigerian Military Training College, now Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in Kaduna, and rose through the ranks, serving in various capacities and attending courses both in the United Kingdom and India. He was also made Military Secretary, Army Headquarters, and was a member of the Supreme Military Council between 1978 and 1979. At the rank of Colonel, Buhari was part of the class of 1980 that attended the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, United States of America, and gained a master's degree in strategic studies. In 1983, Major General Buhari and Major General Tunde Idiagbon were selected to lead the country by middle and high-ranking military officers after a successful military coup d'etat that overthrew Second Republic civilian President Shehu Shagari in December of that year. In 1985, Buhari was himself overthrown in a coup led by General Ibrahim Babangida on August 27, and other members of the ruling Supreme Military Council (SMC), ostensibly because he insisted on investigating allegations of fraudulent award of contracts in the Ministry of Defense. Buhari served as the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund (PTF), a body created by the government of General Sani Abacha and funded from the revenue generated by the increase in price of petroleum products to pursue developmental projects around the country. Now a converted Democrat, Buhari contested the presidential election as a candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party in 2003. On the 18th of December 2006, General Buhari was nominated as the consensus candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party. His main challenger in the 2007 April polls was the ruling People's Democratic Party (PDP's) Umaru Yar'Adua, who is also from the same state, Katsina, and he lost. In March 2010, Buhari left the ANPP for the Congress for Progressive Change (CPC), a party he had helped to found. Buhari was the presidential candidate of the Congress for Progressive Change (CPC) in the 16th of April 2011 general election, running against incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Malam Nuhu Ribadu of the Action Congress of Nigeria, and Ibrahim Shekarau of ANPP. They were the major contenders among 20 contestants. Buhari won 12,214,853 votes, coming second to the incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the PDP, who polled 22,495,187 votes and was declared winner. General Muhammadu Buhari ran in the 2015 presidential election as a candidate of the All Progressives Congress. In February 2015, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo quit the ruling PDP and threw his support behind the Buhari-Osinbajo ticket. Having made several efforts before now, the 2015 presidential election is General Muhammadu Buhari's fourth attempt for the #1 citizenship of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is also the first time a sitting president was unsure of re-election and thus goes down in history as the nation's most keenly contested election so far. After several months of rigorous campaign travels across Nigeria and certain key nations of the world, after ceaseless uncertainties about the election, having survived several attacks both at his person and eligibility, General Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, has been declared winner of the 5th general election in Nigeria's 4th Republic. By this declaration of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, General Buhari becomes the 2nd military general and former head of state in Nigeria to be elected as president in a democratic Nigeria.
Nigerians are expected to seek out the best 2 words to describe the activity.
The Yoruba Unity Forum is conducting.
Be the first to know.
Coretv News.
From the north, south, east, west, and around Africa.
Presidential
we break the news.
Women in Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live as the news breaks. We are Coretv News.
Welcome to Coretv Primetime News.
A 24-hour news station.
Der Torschütze zum zwischenzeitlichen 1-1. Semenike schickt Musa, da ist Ahmed Musa! Und da ist der Ausgleich!
It's a beautiful Saturday evening in the city of Lagos.
Off the turn, Phelps had it, but then Matsui kept going.
Finals. 5 to shoot. Leonard does.
Sports is concerned, and of course, making a difference for all of us here from all our production. Thanks for one of pleasure.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digit 360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Every day of the week will bring to you divergent views on news making the headline.
If people who commit crime are being rewarded with national honors, with national appointments, then where are we going in this country?
It's not about whether it was Jonathan or whether you are going to have a Buhari. It's the kind of political structure we run.
Sometimes it gets confrontational.
We are talking about a Buhari who at 41 became head of state. The man did not exhibit the attribute of somebody that is strong intellectually.
So, comrade, you're saying if you become governor, you're going to bring back Okada?
Of course.
You will bring back the market women on the streets?
Excuse me, don't put words in my mouth.
On Core Digest, we bring all of this to the court of public opinion, where you are the judge.
Women share the most amazing thoughts on national issues and they do it passionately.
For most men that are educated, that are exposed, will see nothing to it.
The population and the level of poverty made me cry. No infrastructural development whatsoever. And you tell me Lagos is working?
That was an accident. And it was a one-off thing. Other than that, there has never been any situation in Nigeria where a Nigerian attacked anybody just because of where they came from.
Sharing the adorable word of women in politics every week, only on Coretv News.
As news breaks, people don't let events pass without giving their comment or reactions.
When the problem arises in society, these are the people that will be consulted.
To cleanse the corruption in society, we are not to provide information for good life and also security of life and property in this country.
The academic society have the loudest voice on this platform.
Whether you call it a sovereign national conference or a national conference, it's about the people of Nigeria.
There should be a change in power.
In any way they can do it.
I think there's a script already.
Every Tuesday at 8:45 p.m. on this station. From the Ivory Tower, a must-watch for the learning minds.
Some pundits believe that as long as the political system is driven by selected few, corruption may be difficult to fight.
You should be careful about what you say.
I am not the only politician. Even if I've wronged anyone, it is time to forgive me.
Please Arena every Sunday at 9:15 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Tuesday at 1:30 p.m.
Coretv News, expanding your view. Welcome to 100 Years in 100 Words. Cultures in Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed nation. Our culture is shaped by our multi-ethnic groups. The country has over 50 languages and over 250 dialects and ethnic groups. Nigeria is believed to possess one of the finest cultures in the world, ranging from cuisines, clothing, languages, architecture, hospitality, traditional music, dance, art, and much more. The three largest ethnic groups are the Hausa Fulani, who are predominant in the north, the Igbos, who are predominant in the southeast, and the Yorubas, who are predominant in the southwest. The Edo people are predominant in the regions between the Yoruba land and the Igbo land. This group is followed by the Ibibios and an Efik people of the coastal southeastern Nigeria and the Ijaws of the Niger Delta. The rest of Nigeria's ethnic groups are found all over the country, especially in the Middle Belt and the north. The Hausa tends to be Muslims, and the Igbos are predominantly Christians. The Efik, Ibibios, and Ain people are mainly Christians. The Yorubas have a balance of members that are ardently of both Islam and Christianity. Indigenous religious practice remains important in all Nigeria's ethnic group. These beliefs are often blended with Christianity or even Islam. One cannot help but savor the rich delicacies from tuwo shinkafa with miyan kuka of the north, to the akpu with ofe oweri of the east, and inyo with egusi soup of the west. Who will resist the afang soup, specially made in the beautiful city of Calabar? Call it a fishing frenzy festival. It is one of the most famous cultural festivals in Nigeria, and it is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Arugungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State, between February and March every year. It is called the Arugungu Fishing Festival. Eyo is not just unique, but central to the city of Lagos, Africa's biggest metropolis. It is widely believed that Eyo is a replica of a modern-day carnival in Brazil. You need to attend festivals such as the Benin Festival, the New Yam Festival, Osun Festival, and Shango Festival to understand the beauty embedded in Nigeria's culture. Nigeria is a blessed nation.
You can now watch Coretv News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
Every day of the week will bring to you divergent views on news making the headline.
If people who commit crime are being rewarded with national honors, with national appointments, then where are we going in this country?
It's not about whether it was Jonathan or whether you are going to have a Buhari. It's the kind of political structure we run.
Sometimes it gets confrontational.
We are talking about a Buhari who at 41 became head of state. The man did not exhibit the attribute of somebody that is strong intellectually.
So, comrade, you're saying if you become governor, you're going to bring back Okada?
Of course.
You will bring back the market women from the streets?
Excuse me, don't put words into my mouth.
On Core Digest, we bring all of this to the court of public opinion, where you are the judge.
World's attention is now here in Nigeria, where the country's fifth democratically elected president, Muhammadu Buhari, will be inaugurated today, May 29, 2015. They say it's quite historic, unlike what many people postulated. It's now being talked about across the world. That's very likely that the outgoing president will be present at the Eagles Care today. It's the first time that will be happening in Nigeria, where the incumbent president will be literally handing over in public glare to the incoming president, this time around of the opposition party. Congratulations, Nigeria. It's Democracy Day. It's been 16 years of uninterrupted democratic rule in Nigeria, and many are beginning to talk about what this means politically for the future of this great country, and of course what it means for Africa as a whole. I am Nifemi Oguntoye. I'm joined by Frank Omolape this morning. Congratulations. Happy Democracy Day.
Yeah, happy Democracy Day, Nifemi. It's really a historic one in Nigeria, looking at the history of politics in Nigeria from 1960, when the country gained independence, and then from there, that is when the journey started.
That's right.
But then, I would say that Nigeria really has encountered, political upheaval. They have their own fair share of political problems, crises, just like what it's also witnessed in other developed countries that you see today. So you can't say that a country will come to a place where they can be united, will come to a place where they can be called one entity, until all of these crises that we've witnessed will pass through over the years since the independence in 1960 until date now. So we can now say that, yes, we can live together 16 years of uninterrupted democratic rule in Nigeria. You can now say we can rule. You know, there was, after 1960, the First Republic came, there was a military coup. It was upset. The Second Republic came. There was a military coup as well. The Third Republic, which was in 1993, was supposed to come, but it didn't happen just because that election was annulled. And then it came again, the Fourth Republic. Thank God, will I say that Sani Abacha gave way, and then Abdul Salami came, and then we had the fourth, what everyone would refer to as the beginning of Nigeria's journey to democratic rule in 1999, and that was what gave us what we're enjoying now. 16 years of honor. You can say, yes, it's something that really should be commended. And again, it's a history. Today's inauguration will be a history that will ever remain.
Well, they say Abuja is super ready for the inauguration ceremony. About 20 heads of state already converging there as we speak. We got pictures earlier of also past leaders getting seated. And that also will be happening not only at the Federal Capital Territory, but of course across the 36 states of Nigeria, where new governments would also be inaugurated, except for exceptional cases, places like Osun, Ekiti, I believe Edo State, amongst others, where the tribunal cases had altered the May 29 inauguration. But let's quickly go through this. The First Republic, 1963 to 1966, under the 1963 Constitution, the first Constitution of the Republic of Nigeria, the president replaced the monarch as ceremonial head of state, and then the president was elected by parliament for a 5-year term. In the event of a vacancy, the president of the Senate would have served as acting president. That kick-started with Nnamdi Azikiwe in 1904 to 1996, came into power 4th October 1963, and of course deposed 16 January 1966. Spent 2 years. That's about 2 years and 107 days, and then it goes on and on like that. You also have the military rule. That's Major Chukwuma Kaduna Nzegu, who led a coup d'etat which overthrew then President Azikiwe and his government. Of course, Major General Johnson Aguiyi-Ironsi will be up next from 1924 to 1966.
And if you look at that, you will really say that Nigeria cannot really be without talking about the past.
That's right.
And you also need to pay tribute to the founding fathers, those who have been fighting for democracy, who have been fighting that Nigeria go on republic. It's not really been.
That white gray beard is symbolic of a man who has spent the larger part of his old age reconciling people. General Abdulsalam Abubakar was also active prior during the election, brokering peace between the two major parties and trying to make them say how important it is for Nigeria to stay together irrespective of political affiliation or dreams. He also took over on the 8th of June 1998, and he spent about 355 days in office, and he was the one who talked about the transition that is required, what is now being celebrated as our 16th democratic rule.
I think he understands the power of, he understands how power plays out in the Nigerian politics, and he discovered that I do not need, my assignment was not to come and stay. A lot of people would have thought that he would have stayed more than 1 year, but I think his assignment was to come and broker peace, reconcile everybody, and that singular role he played actually gave him a name like an elder statesman.
That's right.
And everybody, I think, when it came to when they were talking about signing peace accord between political parties, they went to him. He was the one that headed that group, and he's still playing that major role. What he did in 1998, he's still playing that role up to date. So you could expect that it would, if someone that was greedy would have stayed beyond 1 year, because what Sani Abacha took over power for, I think everybody was expecting that, okay, after just 2 years or 3 years, leave. But he stayed beyond expected. The expectation of most Nigerians who expect that. I think this guy came to reconcile and came to broker peace. Why are you staying? And then he stayed 4 years, 203 days. Well, but this man understand that my assignment, I'm talking about General Abdulsalam now, Abubakar, now my assignment was not just to come and rule, but my assignment was to come and broker peace and reconcile, and that was the thing that gave him that name. And today he's a hero.
And I think that probably that's also a good lesson for many Nigerian politicians, that it's probably more glorious to be a non-partisan statesman, okay? We have Life-It then, they call him the Jagaban. Many says that his name and his policies might be institutionalized Is that what they say? And should be taught in higher institutions. The man they call behind the brain of the magic called the All Progressives Congress.
Well, I think the reason why he's referred to as the Jagaban, was because of his role, his stride in changing the trend of politics. He was the only man that I've seen that he has been in the opposition for many years and he refused to back down. And then you're seeing someone who refused to bow to, the ruling party. He continued on. So a lot of people are comparing him to Baba Awolowo, that this guy, this is one person we need in the Nigerian democracy today. And for me, I think, of course, he has played that role very well for me, refusing to bow to pressure from the ruling party. And then today he's well celebrated. Even most African country presidents have visited him. The other day, Alpha Conde, the president of Guinea, visited him. So normally that shouldn't happen. Visiting a stalwart or a political party stalwart it's not done anywhere.
We're joined now by Abiola Oluwole, our correspondent in Rivers State, monitoring the inauguration ceremony there. Biola, what can you tell us about the mood at Rivers as we speak now? I'm afraid that we'll get back to Biola when we can hear him clearly. Where he is quite noisy. We understand that inauguration exercise like this also comes with a lot of noise and a lot of felicitation, so to speak. We were talking about Abdulsalami, just before we saw the Jagaban on screen. And from 1998, he kickstarted that process of conducting elections and bringing back democratic rule in Nigeria. And from 1999, what is being referred to as the Fourth Republic, we saw General Olusegun Obasanjo winning elections in 1999, won a rerun in 2003, attempted a third time, but failed, and that also brought Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. And that is where they say the destiny part of the history book of Nigeria started when the incumbent president unfortunately died in office and the vice president had to take over. Back there at the Eagle Square, we have APC stalwarts visible, and this is amazing, really. It was a dream that looked quite impossible, but then right in our very eyes, the 16-year rule of the People's Democratic Party, it probably, of course, has ended. Many are saying that the PDP also now needs to do a lot in playing its role as opposition to, ensure that the APC government, they put them at the top of their game at this time.
What we're expecting now, a lot of people are expecting that PDP will be able to stand and work hard, just like what the APC has done. It was really a long journey for APC, I must say, not just 1 year, 2 years, 3 years journey. It was a long journey for them, and they worked hard at it. I think what you're seeing now, I think the process was kick-started when the merger issue came on, when they had to merge with different political parties in Nigeria.
Oh, we have foreign dignitaries right on screen. That's the Secretary of the United States, John Kerry. There was a tweeter sometimes yesterday there about that it was going to come, and it's amazing, just like we said earlier, that this is no doubt a global occasion, attracting the global community, right here in Nigeria.
It's really, for me, I think a lot of people would have come more than these. You're talking about over 50 head of state, but I think it's much more than that. Looking at the fact that the process of campaign throughout before the election was very tough, was very tense, and people are looking up to Nigeria like, are they going to break up or not? So everyone wants to come down and witness, really, this is reality today. We thought Nigeria was going to break up before the election.
There were postulations actually from the Western world that 2015 was the breaking point for Nigeria. And I think it also points to the fact that you have the power to write your own destiny, and whatever would happen to you as an individual or as a nation is a function of the quality of decision that you make. And I think it's a great lesson for Nigeria that we can't keep living our lives and our national life under the shadows of the Western world. We can't decide for ourselves whether we'll take the right path or otherwise.
Nifemi, someone also told me that what we've seen today in Nigeria was also an act of God, that you cannot rule the hand of God out of that. And I want to key into that. I want to believe that, yes, this is really an act of God. Otherwise, prior to just few weeks to the election, especially when the election was called or postponed, there was so much tension. There was so much, even before it was postponed, there was so much fear that war was going to break out.
That's right.
But it didn't happen. Just because every Nigerian, you and I, we said, no, this is how we're going to decide what happens in 2015. And it did happen.
We have Biola back online. Let's see if we can work with this audio quality. Biola, please go ahead. Tell us what the situation is like now in Rivers State.
Hello?
Biola Oluwale, you're live. Go ahead. Let's find out what's happening now in Rivers.
Now, everything is set for the inauguration of our Junior body. Am I hello?
Oh, yes, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, I'm afraid that we're still having challenges. I think there was a mix-up there. I must have assumed that Biola Oluwale traveled to Rivers, but Biola is in Lagos monitoring the inauguration of Akinwumi Ambode as the governor of Lagos. And as soon as we get a crystal clear connection with him, we'll bring you all the details. Well, quite amazing, really, because what comes to mind at such a time like this is, what does the future hold for Nigeria? I understand the God factor thing, and everyone, especially in Africa, seem to be quite superstitious about the God factor. They tell you that, well, it's historic. When Fayose was coming, he talked about the God factor. He come up with some dates, how about he had left office for quite a number of years, and God told him that it was going to return. But beyond the God factor, I think it's also a choice and a decision of men that determines the reality that the average Nigerian experience. Now, it's a function of what would Buhari do with the Nigeria's resources? What will he do with the policies? What will he do with the status quo? What will he do about power and corruption? Until he makes that available, then whether God brought him there or not will be relevant.
That's also a question that will go beyond today, because it's really going to be something that people are going to look up to and see what exactly is he going to do after May 29.
That's
Well,
right.
the first thing that everyone that will determine exactly if he's ready to work is to watch out for the first major policy he's going to make. Everybody's going to watch out for that. What would that be? Is it going to be in the power sector? Is it going to be in the maritime sector? Is it going to be in the energy sector? What exactly is he going to do? I think that's exactly what people will look up to. Again, and talking about those who are going to constitute his cabinet also will be a major key area that people will look up to as well to see.
Okay, we're trying hard to get to Biola Oluwale in Lagos, but of course we have live feeds from Abuja, and there he is, the president-elect Muhammadu Buhari, arriving the Eagle Square in Abuja. Quite historic, isn't it? We have close to 50 head of states from across the world present in Nigeria for this very, very glorious occasion. It's the first time that an opposition party will be winning the presidential seat in Nigeria. And this is where it all happens. It kickstarts the day. As soon as he makes that oath of office, he instantly becomes the president, of course, the fifth president of Nigeria in the Fourth Republic. And don't forget, this is the fourth inauguration ceremony. And the expectation is also high, Frank, that would see the outgoing president also present in this at this August occasion. Many say that will be the icing on the cake for the whole world to see.
You're saying you mean the
outgoing president?
Yes, of course. Not just people looking up to now, but I think a lot of people are also going to look up to his activity after leaving the office.
That's right.
You know, even though the PDP has offered him some positions to as a board of trustee, and then he rejected. But what he has said he's going to do was to, you know, play the godfather, the peace ambassador.
That's right.
After leaving the office, reconciling those who are aggrieved within the party, mending fences. I think that's one of the major issue that a lot of people are looking up to, that he should have done that, or the former chairman of the party, talking about Adam Mozo, would have done that, but he didn't do that. A lot of people thought he was a game changer. He was coming as a game changer to do that, but I'm sure he tried to do all of that, but probably he couldn't get his hands to, you know, or support of some people within the party as well, especially from the National Working Committee. He probably didn't get the needed support to do or to bring the needed change in the party. But, well, good luck, Jonathan. Yes, I'm sure doing that will probably put the party on the right footing again, and they can build again to form a stronger opposition to the incoming administration.
And keep them at their feet. Well, we have the president-elect there just coming in, greeting foreign dignitaries. I saw him earlier with the Ghanaian president, and I think that the success of this incoming administration, to a large extent, would also be dependent on the kind of relationship, how productive foreign and bilateral relations would be. You recall that the last time the Ghanaian president visited Nigeria, he was talking to him about Akinwumi Adesina, who happened to be the outgoing Minister of Agriculture, who just won election as president of that major agricultural international body. And you know what that also means for Nigeria and agriculture within the country. And I think that it's important at this time that Nigeria...
You're talking about African Development Bank.
Exactly. You know, it's also important that we begin to look beyond, you know, the shores of Nigeria. He was in the UK a few days before today. There were pictures of him with the Prime Minister of Britain. And I believe that when the whole world is becoming a global community, and the more we wake up to that reality, the better it will be for Nigeria and Nigerians.
Don't also forget that even before today, we witnessed a lot of head of state, prime ministers, you know, coming to visit him, or those who have sent their congratulatory messages to him, or, you know, telling him ahead of today that, see, we're ready to work with you guys in terms of combating security or building infrastructure. We're ready to. I think he's really been meeting with some people before today to establish a bilateral relationship, and some people have also, some head of state, especially the UK, talking about, you know, Prime Minister Cameron. He has also extended his hands of fellowship to trade with Nigeria. I think they've seen something great in Nigeria, especially in the personality of Muhammad Buhari.
Biola Oluwole. Biola Oluwole joins us from Lagos. Please go ahead, Biola.
All is now said that the Ababalu Square Lagos the and the former accountant general in the state. We will be the first Lagos State governor that will be in the same political party with the federal party in control at the federal level. We don't witness the arrival of the deputy governor-elect now. Now, governor-elect enters the arena. All is now said. All is said now for the outgoing governor to enter the arena. But the governor-elect is now in the arena. The chief judge will not be like on the governor-elect. Hello?
It's all right, Biola. I can hear you, can hardly hear you, but I might have to call you back so that I can also ask you a couple of questions. But from what I could gather, he's saying that the deputy governor-elect as well as the outgoing governor are entering into the Tafawa Balewa Stadium ready of the inauguration exercise here in Lagos, where the former accountant general of Lagos State, Akinwumi Ambo, the governor-elect, will be inaugurated and, of course, formally sworn in as as governor of the commercial hub of Nigeria. Lagos, interestingly, for the past 16 years has been with the All Progressives Congress. Of course, the ACN that metamorphosized into the All Progressives Congress. And you recall the kind of fight they had to pass through to hold on to that seat of power. There are many who says, well, the outgoing governor might have done well, but when you critically examine what Lagos means, the GDP here in Lagos put some 3 African countries together, still higher than that, higher than what Ghana puts in as a whole nation, that they expect more from governance and governorship as well as government in Lagos. And I think that the kind of fight that PDP gave APC in Lagos would also inspire the Akinwumi Ambode government to do well.
That's to tell you how key Lagos is to every political party, especially in the Southwest. It's very, very key in terms of business, in terms of, if you recall, Lagos never got, even when they were never given allocation, they stood and it survived on its own. So I must tell you that Lagos is key, and not just key now, but the kind of activities, you know, that emanates from here in terms of commerce, in terms of retail business, in terms of in every sector of the economy, you will find them in Lagos. And don't forget that this is where we have the federal capital before it was moved down. So those activities before it was moved down, you still have some of them here. So you can say that Lagos is not just key, but it will play a vital role in terms of IGR, internally generated revenue, both for the local and of course both for the state as well. So it's for me is key. And don't forget as well, that was why the PDP gave a tough fight. We've never seen such where the margin was close at the presidential, and then it was when the president, and a lot of people are saying that it was the presidential victory that gave the APC that leverage to win the governorship. If the president or the PDP had won at the center at that time, the APC would have lost in Lagos as well, because the margin was so close. It's 600,000.
It's just logical, Frank. Have Lagos for 16 years and then you can win presidency. Isn't that quite logical? Just be in charge for Lagos for 16 years and then you can move on to the presidency. Well, we'll take a short break here. No doubt what's attention is here in Nigeria as the 5th democratically elected president will be inaugurated today. We saw pictures of him at the Eagle Square earlier, greeting foreign dignitaries.
CJN has been decorated with the 2nd highest national honor, Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, His Lordship, Honorable Justice Mahmoud Mohammed, CON. The Chief Registrar of the Supreme Court of Nigeria is Ahmed Gambo Saleh. He holds a 1st and 2nd degree in law. He was called to the Nigerian bar in 1996.
Inauguration exercise kick-started in earnest in Abuja, the Eagle Square. We saw earlier the president-elect coming in, greeting foreign dignitaries, and of course, I think probably the icing on the cake will be the presence of the outgoing president, President Goodluck Jonathan, right there at the Eagle Square. Of course, the opening remarks with prayers from both Christian and Muslim community, kick-starting that ceremony. In the GFI now, we'll experience the change of baton. Of course, President Goodluck Jonathan is still being referred to as president, but you expect that to change any moment from now. My colleagues are here with me in the studio. Frank Amolape, we kick-started the show together. We're joined also now by Ebulomo Adekunle. Hello guys, congratulations, they say it's Democracy Day.
Yeah, good to be witnessing this historic occasion in Nigeria. And just like we were discussing before we came on camera, you, like so many people, was skeptical about the presence of Goodluck Jonathan at the event. That's as right. We have had recorded in Nigeria over the years, and not just in Nigeria, in many parts of Africa, with the exception of about 1 or 2 countries where you even had issues with the electoral process where someone has refused to concede defeat and doesn't even want to attend any inauguration ceremony. But we see a man, President Goodluck Jonathan, has still been referred to until in some few hours to come, present there honoring. And you know, that has, for me, a lot of message to pass even to ordinary Nigerians, because I feel, I share the school of thought that when you see a leader do something, you should not be pushed to do the same thing. As little as that might be for some people, I think it is a great move and great intention, and it will be classified as good in the history of Nigeria.
The body language, Frank, also has a long way to go, because we saw him, you know, share some pleasantries with the incoming president and his wife, and I think that it's humility personified that we've seen on the cameras earlier. Would you agree with that?
Well, let me just quickly talk about what Momo said earlier. Well, for me, I think it wasn't surprising if that speculations of boycotting the inauguration ceremony had come to pass. It could have been questionable, because why would you boycott inauguration when you, in the first place, you considered defeat, and then where you should be taking the proper glory, not even the conceding defeat that is whatever now, but the proper place to take glory now is that he's now present at the inauguration ceremony, which is another again something that will be well recommended. But of course, as a president, outgoing president, there's no doubt it should be there, and that's why we can't question, or we cannot even speculate at all. I don't even want to believe or accept that speculation that the president was going to boycott the inauguration ceremony. But again, the body language of that you talk about, we've seen on camera. I think that probably. Is this a personality now that is playing out,
of
not
who?
smiling, or president
of who?
The president,
the waiting, or president in waiting, or
I
5 minutes, few minutes from
actually.
now, he will become president. So you can refer to him as the president, Muhammadu Buhari.
Okay, we have Lagos feats right now. Of course, it's happening across the federation, except in some few states where the May 29 isn't sacrosanct, given what has happened via the tribunal. Of course, Akinwumi Ambode is also expected to be inaugurated today. We spoke earlier with our correspondent Biola Oluwole there, who talked about the presence of the outgoing governor. You saw him earlier on the screen. Something peculiar about the outgoing president is his position that it's time for him to rest now after spending about 12 years in active governance. It's not quite traditional of the average Nigerian politician to say.
Well, it would be a good thing if a man can stand by his words, if Fashola can stand by his words, and it would be quite unusual of the typical Nigerian politician who finishes from a level and feels, okay, I have tried enough, then I should rest and allow younger folks. Well, I want to believe him for now, because time is a great determiner of so many things. Tomorrow could come and the usual language we hear is people are asking me to work for the nation, or people are demanding me to be in this particular position, and so I am responding to the call of the people. Well, if that happens, I wouldn't say I am disappointed, because if really he has something to offer, because it's not just about the aged going to rest, it's about the experiences you have had. Do the younger folks have this kind of experience? I'm not saying the younger folks are not intelligent. I'm not saying we are not wise, because I'm part of the younger ones. But then experience too go a long way.
Well, I expect, like I shared on the show yesterday, I expect him to go back on his words about them. Maybe he goes to Dubai to rest for a while, but trust me, Fashola might be active in the Buhari cabinet. But then we also have feeds from Kano. We expect to get details of what's happening at the Teslim Balogun Stadium. We don't know. Of course, you see the outgoing governor and the incoming one there exchanging pleasantries. We've seen two. We've seen from the Eagle Square, of course. We saw the outgoing president at the Eagle Square. We also now see the outgoing governor at the Tafawa Balewa Square. And I think that we expect to see more of that happen across the federation. We don't know what will happen in Rivers, for instance. There's been some kind of itchy relationship between the outgoing and the incoming. Wike insists is going to probe the outgoing president. So we expect to hear what will transpire there. But from Kano, the inauguration already happened, and I think amazingly to all the governor, who is now being referred to as Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje of Kano State, has approved the appointment of some special assistants with immediate effect. Rabi Sulaiman Beach, Secretary to the State Government, Usman Balamo, the Principal Private, I didn't quite get that, but Secretary. Oh, is it the private sector, I believe. Okay. Mohammed Awul Naya, Head Service, and of course you have Ahmed K. Yasser as Press Secretary, Balas Aliu, Special Assistant, Print Media, and of course you get all of that subsequently. But I don't know if you share the same opinion. It looks like someone who came up to the inauguration ceremony ready to go.
Quite fast.
well, I do not expect. I mean, of course, for me, I think it's not fast enough, or will I say it's not something
not too
surprising.
Fast. Yes.
It's not something too surprising.
It's expected to have an idea of what to do.
Of course, you should have an idea. Even by now, the president-elect, who will be sworn in any minute from now, should have some of his, or it's just skeletal members of his cabinet.
I doubt if you use the word skeletal, because I feel if you knew you were going to be a leader from the campaigning period, except if you felt you were going to lose from the start, if there was any possibility of you winning at that point, you should have had a roadmap for you to lead, except if we shouldn't be taking you seriously, because I think you should hit the road running. If you know you are the next governor, the incoming governor, you're sworn in already, it's not at that point you begin to think of those that will be working. You already have it. So, but the reason I said quite fast is because we love ceremony in this part of the world. We begin to act as if we have not concluded about the people we have chosen to work for us. Probably we sense that as humility, but then it's time wastage for the people of Nigeria.
Live feeds there from the Taslim Balogun Square here in Lagos, and we expect to also, I beg your pardon, Tafa Balewa Square in Lagos, where it's expected to go down. Of course, Akinwumi Ambode, Governor of Lagos, in the next 4 years. Many are beginning to talk about how the hotly contested March 28 or perhaps April 11 gubernatorial election would impact on his governance, and of course the quality of excellent leadership relatively being accredited to the outgoing governor. Put all of this together, Ambode is expected to really be the consolidator, as it was referred to during the electioneering process. They say Tinubu had a dream, Fayose came to actualize it, but they should come and consolidate on it. And the APC also should not forget in a hurry the number of votes that the PDP got during the gubernatorial election. All of this put together will decide whether APC will still be relevant in Lagos come 2019. We were talking about Kano, and jokingly, I was going to say that probably the headquarters of the APC should be shifted from Lagos to Kano, because Kano, for instance, now has 100% grip for the APC from the gubernatorial. You recall the number of votes that were turned for Buhari on March 20. Amazing. They say if you Bayel Sami or something, I'm going to Kano you, and that's really amazing. All the senatorial seat, the House of Reps, everything totally encapsulated by the All Progressives Congress. I think that Governor Abdullahi Umar Ganduje is either going to make or mar the APC, because the APC doesn't have an excuse for Kano. They are in charge, in full control, and there might just be that litmus test.
You also need to give credit to Rabi Kwankwaso, who is the outgoing governor. That's right. At the moment, he has done quite a lot of job there. Don't forget that he has used his foundation, the Kwankwasia, to build not just a name for himself now, but a party as well. So you could expect nothing less of 100% sweep of Kano for APC. So for me, I think that credit should be given to the outgoing governor, Rabi Kwankwaso.
Bearing in mind also that at some point he lost re-election. He lost gubernatorial re-election, waited for about 8 years, recouped and identified what the challenge was. I think it's a story that politicians will learn, especially talking about his position for the All Progressives Congress, not to follow suit, you know, the things that the PDP, that happened within the PDP that broke them apart. Quite historic, but let's begin to talk about what is expected from today henceforth, because from the Eagle Square, in a moment of time now, we're going to see a baton change. We're going to see a transfer of power. You jokingly was talking about the expression on the president-elect.
Yeah, I was going back there. At first, when I saw the expression on his face, I was okay. We just hope that at this point, he's not seeing everybody as common civilians, and now that I'm taking up power, it's good. But this man has promised that he is a changed person. The expression on his face could be read as different things and many things. It could be a reaction to the great expectations of Nigerians. And if you are a person who wants to be responsible to these people, he's carrying a burden on his shoulder on how to deliver to these people. We know that Nigeria has witnessed certain measures or levels of corruption and decadence in some aspects of our economy. So it could be that expression is carrying on his face. God forbid that it be an expression of, okay, now it's military rule and we're going back to the days of line up or you'll be whipped. And I heard that part, I didn't witness it.
Well, it looks quite stern, but it's not also unusual of the
him.
character that we've seen him portray. I've never seen him dance during the electioneering process. I never really see him, you know, smile except for when he passes pleasantries with the incumbent president. But for someone who is taking up a challenge at this time, he probably has seen men as tree, not moved by. At some time, the APC told those who were trekking, stop trekking. Please start praying for the government. There are lots to do than to trek now. But for him as an individual, there are many who are saying in the next couple of days, we're going to have a signal whether it is dream come true for Nigeria, God forbid.
Well, listen, just to talk a little bit about his expression, you know, Nigerians can really, really interpret expression, body language. So body language matters a lot, the way you look. Even if, I know Ebo was saying that it probably could be thinking of the burden and some of the things he has to do in the next coming days, meeting expectations of Nigeria. But then again, you also need to be careful the way you look on such a joyous day. For him, I think he should be smiling and say, well, I'm the guys, I'm assuring you guys, you know what, in the next couple of days, Nigeria is going to be better than now. Just like what, the promises, most of the promises he has given out.
It's not the best of time in our history as a nation to become president. If you were to be in the shoes, probably you'd be growing gray hair instantly.
because even as an individual, my heart, you could feel my heartbeat, not because I foresee anything dangerous for Nigeria or anything negative, but I'm so anxious, I'm expectant. I can't wait to see the changes that would come. Well, you might think I'm thinking as a layman, but the truth is I live among these people and I hear what people say on a daily basis. People are expecting a miracle, which the APC has been saying over the period of time between the election and the inauguration, that do not expect miracle. Of course, this new administration is dedicated to bringing back changes to Nigerians, but then it won't happen overnight. People are expecting this inauguration to be done with, and tomorrow we are having 24
on the way
hours
to work
supply.
today. I heard people say, Baba, it's happening today. There are Nigerians who are expecting that by noon or by dusk we should have petrol literally selling at 87 naira back at every filling station. The expectation is high, and I'm sure that the APC government is not also oblivion of that. We'll take a break now. It's history making day for Nigeria. Over 50 heads of states present at the Eagle Square in Abuja. We'll also, when we come back, talk with some of our correspondents scattered across the country as regards what the mood is for Nigerians on this great day. Stick around, don't go away.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
You can now watch Coretv News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
Preserve, protect, defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th Schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that in all circumstances I will do right to all manner of people according to law,
List of newly elected
fear or favor, affection or ill will, that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall become known to me as President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as President, and that I will devote myself to the service and well-being of the people of Nigeria. So help me God.
President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic.
Monsieur le Président, Commandant en chef des Forces armées, Muhammadu Buhari, Premier Président du Nigeria.
A new dawn. World-acclaimed ambassadors of peace. Say Baba, say Buhari. 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 I like it, 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 Say Baba, say Buhari. Thank you, Kwan Wan. After that very significant milestone in the evolving history of our great nation, Nigeria, we expect the handing over of instruments of office to His Excellency, Mr. President. And please, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, Very shortly, the Nigerian national flag and the defense flag will be lowered. When the band on parade renders the beating of the retreat, we are all please expected to rise on our feet wherever we are seated. Officers, warrant officers in uniform will salute. Thank you.
All pressmen, please go into your boxes now. Thank you. All pressmen, go to your accredited positions. Thank you.
Pressmen, please heed that instruction, please. Pressmen, can the security agencies please assist in getting them back to their various cubicles, please? Thank you. Very, very warm handshake there. A hug from the outgone to the incoming. These are world-acclaimed ambassadors of peace.
Des félicitations par le président sortant au président, ce qui signifie qu'ils sont des vrais ambassadeurs de paix.
Please, pressmen, can you go back to your cubicles, to your boxes, please? Can the security officials there assist us, please? Thank you.
National salute! Present arms!
Can we all please rise wherever we are seated, please? Pressmen, move away from the national flag because there's going to be a parade there, please. Security, can you please assist us, please? Thank you.
Veuillez vous lever, s'il vous plaît, pendant l'abaissement du drapeau. Veuillez vous lever.
Distinguished guests, may please take your seats. Thank you.
Veuillez vous asseoir, délégués distingués. Merci.
Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, the flags have just been lowered, the national flag and the defense flag. They are being folded there by the flag bearers, folded neatly. Very shortly, they will be handed over to the regimental sergeant major, commonly known in civil parlance as RSM, Master Warrant Officer Kolo Aboko. He is the RSM of the Allied Guards Brigade. We can see the flag bearers marching, measured strides taken towards the position of the RSM. First is the defense flag.
Les drapeaux remises. D'abord, le drapeau de la défense.
And next is the national flag.
Ensuite, le drapeau national.
The RSM Master Warrant Officer Kolo Aboko now marches to the position of the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Anthony Bamidele Omozoje. Hands over the flags.
Les drapeaux sont reçus par le général de brigade.
Brigadier General Anthony Bamidele Omozoje now marches towards the standing position of the Chief of Defense Staff, Air Chief Marshal Alex Abunubade, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic. Its regimentation at its peak. The Chief of Defense Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.S. Badi CFR, now marches towards the standing position of former President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, presents the flags. These are symbols of his office. The national flag as the President of Nigeria and the defense flag as the Chief Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The two flags will be handed over to him.
Donc les deux drapeaux sont remis au président sortant, président Goodluck Jonathan, qui va maintenant recevoir les deux drapeaux. Le drapeau national qui signifie son office en tant que président de la République du Nigeria et le drapeau de la défense qui signifie son rôle en tant que commandant en chef des forces armées.
Now, brand new flags ushering in the emergence of a new dawn, a new President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, from the Chief of Defense Staff, Air Chief Marshal A.S. Badi CFR, to the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General A.B. Omozoje, now to the RSM, Master Warrant Officer Kolo Aboko. Sharp salute there. RSM swivels to the position of the flag bearers.
Et maintenant, les drapeaux sont remis à nouveau à l'inverse.
Very shortly, Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, while these flags are being hoisted, ushering in the new regime, the new era, the new emergence, the band will give us the national salute, that is the reveille. We are all please expected to rise. Officers, warrant officers in uniform will salute. We're going to see that shortly. Thank you. Sold arms! National salute! Present arms! May we all please rise wherever we are seated within the Eagle Square Arena, please.
Veuillez vous lever, mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît. Veuillez vous lever.
Well, there we have it. The moment Nigerians have been waiting for. History has just been made in Nigeria.
Buhari is back again, and that's exactly what this moment is all about for Nigeria. Quite historic, isn't it? They say it's the first time that the opposition will be testing presidential power in Nigeria. Right there at the Eagle Square, you saw the very, very dramatic display by the Nigerian military, from the letting down of the national and the defense flag and the hoisting of a new one. And then eventually we saw the former president-elect with a smile on his face while signing those documents. Earlier we were talking about while he kept that straight and very cold face, but eventually he let the smile come. And well, it's a new season for Nigeria, and on the show this morning we have a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst join us, Barrister Fred Nzeako. Thank you for finding time to come.
Thank you. And,
happy Democracy Day to you.
Happy Democracy Day to you and to all Nigerians and to our good friends and well-wishers.
That's right, who came all across the world to celebrate with us.
Nigerians live.
What do you make of this day for Nigeria, given the quite dramatic way it happened? Countdown from March 28 to today.
It's really very remarkable and very exciting, extremely exciting in the life of every Nigerian and the life of Nigeria as a nation. By way of the fact that Nigeria, for once in our political history, has sworn in an opposition party to be in government as against the usual run of the mill. And the most significant aspect of it is that there was a lot of apprehension, a lot of trepidation in the minds of every Nigerian. More so, it was heightened by the doomsday prediction by America that 2015 was to be a make or break day for this country. And Nigerians all rallied round, and instead of breaking, became more solidified. So it's really very exciting. And if I tell you, if Nigerians didn't work very hard for this day, the other way around would have been the case. And that is why so many people will continue to always be grateful to God for using President Jonathan to bring a lasting peace and to bring that necessary change that we need in our political life. Because the change is not just that a new party is coming to government at the center, is to the facts and to the effect that a country like Nigeria that has been bedeviled by problems of politics and administration, which is sine qua non with African continent, where you have sit-tight syndromes, where you have difficulties with change of government and transitions, and Nigeria being the largest country in Africa has been able to transit peacefully. So it is a very huge lesson to other African countries. And I want to believe that our friend Pierre Nkurunziza in Burundi is listening to us.
Well, hopefully, quite hopefully. But then, what do you make of the presence of the outgoing president? We can now refer to him as former President Goodluck Jonathan at the Eagle Square.
Yeah, it shows you that the man did not regret his actions. The action of picking his telephone and calling the then president-elect, now President Muhammadu Buhari, and congratulating him on his success at the polls. It shows you that the man really means well for Nigeria. I mean, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. It shows you that the man is happy that he is making history. And it shows you that the man really wants to write his name on gold, and which he has done. Now he has become an international statesman and a lover of all. I think over time, people will now begin to see the beauty of his decision. And it's not a case of reluctance in handing over. He is handing over gladly, happily, knowing that Nigeria will move forward better than he met it.
Since the results of the elections were announced, many people, we all as Nigerians have anticipated this day, and the most important part of the inauguration just happened before our own very eyes. What is it, in your opinion, or where do you think Nigeria heads from here?
Well, Nigeria should be heading in a positive direction. I must tell you that the peace that we enjoy, the massive local and international goodwill that the incoming, now the inaugurated government is enjoying and will continue to enjoy, will help Nigeria to move forward. Because from information available to us, over 50 heads of states around the world, over 50 world leaders attended this inauguration. And that tells you the level of goodwill that this government has. So we should be heading in a positive direction, and with such goodwill, there's nothing as good as giving good followership to a good leader. If President Muhammad Buhari has presented himself as a good leader, and Nigerians give him good followership, I think the country will generally be better for it.
Heading forward from here, many are beginning to question whether the last of pleasantries was what we just witnessed between the outgone president and the now president. Because given the idea of probing the past administration, how do you see that take place? Because at this point in time, there are many who will say that Goodluck Jonathan has done enough to become a statesman. But then how do we bring a statesman back to answer for some of the decisions he's made while in office?
I think those are in the realms of conjecture, because President Muhammad Buhari has not said in all finality that he will probe the Jonathan administration. And if he does that, he will be setting a precedence, because no past leader in Nigeria has ever been probed. No past leader has ever been probed, apart from the casual probe of Shagari government. We wouldn't call that probe, and that was in 1984. The then President Shehu Shagari's government was, the activities were looked into, but we cannot call that probe because many aspects of the government were not touched. The then government of the then General Muhammad Buhari looked essentially at the financial aspect in terms of whether there was embezzlement or not. And then times have shown that even that exercise on its own was not good for Nigerian political development. So I don't expect that Muhammad Buhari will waste his energy, dissipate his energy, and waste his goodwill, this robust goodwill that he has, in going back to probe President Jonathan's government. Although he has the right under the law to look into certain aspects of the policies and programs of the government and make some amendments, do some redress, and then maybe make some changes here and there.
But don't you think that would be contrary to the expectations of many Nigerians who feel the incoming administration would be addressing the issue of corruption headlong, given the stance? Though some have come to say that you can't define the person of Muhammadu Buhari totally in that light as it concerns picking individuals or heads or permanent secretaries and probing them one after the other. But even in the few days counting to this inauguration, we've seen some drama being put up in the country, like some the NDLEA storming up, which we've not seen over a long time, because this case of Buruji Kashamu has been on since 1994, and we've had a long period of silence until this time. Don't you feel, if you say he would probably not be probing this past administration, that might contradict the expectations of many Nigerians?
Some Nigerians.
I don't think so, because expectation is different from reality. One may expect, naturally, they say the affluence of the rich excites the indignation of the poor. The poor Nigerians will expect that the rich men, those who they feel have embezzled our common patrimony, be made to return their loot and be made to face the music. But like I said, it does not augur so well. It will not augur so well that you spend so much time probing the past when you have every opportunity to move forward in the future. What Buhari has said sometime during his campaign, or shortly after his election, was that he will ask a few questions here and there, but that he will not dissipate his energy on probes. Okay. Because probe should be deep-rooted. If you probe and you probe superficially, you are not going to get good result. And then if you now want to do probe in the real sense of probe, that means it has to go deep. And that was what President Jonathan said recently, that
if you're going to probe,
you have
to look beyond.
You go back in time. You go back
okay?
in time. At least go back to 1960. You know what that means.
We'll be back with that. I mean, to that very shortly, Barrister. We have pictures here showing the president. Of course, he says it will no longer be addressed as General Muhammadu Buhari. So we now have President Muhammadu Buhari, I believe, the 5th president in the 5th Republic of Nigeria. And this makes it democratically elected president, and of course making it the 4th inauguration in the after 1999. Well, there are many, of course, we're talking about
allowed any opposition party to win even a seat. So that tells you that there's virtually non-existing local government system in the real sense of it, the way it was practiced in the past. So the dichotomy is now between federal on one hand and state on the other side, and that has made the state governor to become very strong. They now formed the Governors Forum, through which they articulate their viewpoint and then make strong, common, unified demand from the federal government. And that was part of what the president was complaining about. So that it now became difficult for the president to wriggle out of some decisions if he didn't carry along the governors. It was good for the PDP when they had majority of the governors, but by the time the fractions came in, it became difficult. So now that the APC has majority at the level, at the federal and at the state levels, I think it wouldn't be difficult to carry through their program.
Do you expect to see outgoing governors at the inauguration of the incoming ones, just as we saw in Abuja, the past presidents, Goodluck Jonathan
Civility.
Especially for states where power change
it's a huge challenge for most of the state governors to emulate the good gesture of President Jonathan. And I think Nigerians should keep a tab of that. Any governor who did not turn out to hand over at the inauguration of his successor should be asked questions. Right? The people should ask him, why are you running away? So what is the problem in handing over to the next man? So, and the civility and democratic tenets and practice demands that such governor should be available.
Just a minute, Barrister. We're joined by our correspondent in Kwara State, Rashid. Rashid, can you hear me? Hello, Rashid.
Hello.
Rashid, tell me, what's happening there in Kwara as regards the inauguration ceremony?
Hello?
Rashid, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Tell us more about the ongoing inauguration ceremony in Kwara State. I'm afraid we're having challenges reaching our correspondent in Kwara, but we'll be back with him as soon as we can, and of course find out some other developments in other parts of the country. We had peculiar states like River State, for instance. We're still waiting to see whether Governor Rotimi Amici will be present today, because we've heard the incoming Governor Wike say that he would probe the outgoing government. So how do you attend the inauguration of the government? Was planning to probe you?
We saw a lot of fireworks and a lot of fireworks between Rotimi and
Wike.
And Wike. A lot of verbal altercations, but well, naturally, a lot of Nigerians are not expecting that Rotimi will be there. Even though I personally will advocate that he should show some good measure of civility and make himself available, and then but he possibly may be afraid of the kind of treatment that he may receive from the hand of Wike. But if he had gone there and Wike misbehaved, then Wike will have questions to answer. You know, although he does not have a constitutional responsibility, you know, he mustn't be there. Because the fellow who has the constitutional responsibility is the chief judge who will conduct the swearing-in ceremony. Of course, you know that was an issue which chief judge will do that because of the gap in filling up the position in River State,
they had to bring one from outside.
they had to rent, they had to rent, so to speak, a chief judge from neighboring state, the sister state Bayelsa, and there was a lot of legal fireworks against or for such directive that the chief judge of River State, of Bayelsa, conducts the function of the chief judge. But I think it was not necessary because the Constitution was very clear on that, and that has been rested. Although the only aspect where some lawyers frowned was the aspect where the directive was said to have emanated from the office of the Attorney General. I personally found fault with that. Okay. I expected such directive to come from the office of the Chief Justice of the Federation, who, acting in his capacity as the chairman of National Judicial Council, should have given such directive. But I think somewhere along the line, when the issue started arising, then they quickly had to amend the position. So the Chief Judge of Bayelsa will be acting today on the instruction or directive from the chairman of National Judicial Council, who is also the Chief Justice of the Federation.
Okay, we have Rashid online now. Hello, Rashid.
Hello, Nick.
Yeah, tell us more about the inauguration ceremony in Kwara State.
Well, as I said, it's been a kind of a jubilation, and as I said earlier, it was actually stated that the inauguration exercise should be a very low key. But with what I'm seeing here, I don't know, probably there is another definition of a low-key celebration.
Okay.
Because I want to say the place which is actually filled to the brim. We have the traditional rulers, we have political appointees, and we have party people all thronged out here to witness this second inauguration and then swearing in of Governor Fatah Ahmed. And as a matter of fact, the deputy governor, Elder Peter Kisra, and the governor himself have actually been sworn in. The governor is actually expecting guard of honor by the security forces, aftermath which is going to give maiden speech for the swearing in ceremony. And with that, everything is calm here. Security agents are actually doing their job accordingly. And then everybody are in jubilation mood, awaiting the dispensation of the dividends of democracy from Governor Fatah Ahmed in his second term in office.
It's all right. Exactly what we expect to hear from you. Tight security, no doubt. For Kwara State, not much of handover, but can you describe to us what is actually happening right now at the stadium where you are?
Well, I want to say the governor is actually inspecting guard of honor right away.
Okay.
And aftermath, he is going to deliver his speech. With that may be the end of the whole ceremony, especially, Kwara State being a chunk of Muslim. They are actually timing Jumat service, where they will actually, they must round up everything before 2 p.m. where they will go and observe the Jumat service. And as it is now, the governor has actually finished inspecting the guard of honor. He is about to mount the rostrum to deliver his speech. And generally, security situation is okay. There's no molestation, nothing whatsoever. Every security agents are dispensing their different responsibilities accordingly.
Thank you for joining us this hour, Rashid. We'll be back with you when you have updates for us. Let me quickly keep you up to date with what's happening also in other parts of the country. In Plateau State at the Roang Palm Stadium in Jos, we have the Chief Judge of Plateau State, Justice Pius Damolo, excited and ready for the swearing-in of Simon Lalong of the APC as governor. Just like Rashid reported in Kwara, it's wild jubilation also in Plateau State at the inauguration venue. Imolites are also jubilating at the announcement that General Muhammadu Buhari has been sworn in as the President Federal Republic of Nigeria. We can only but wait to see how much jubilation this will be relative to what we experienced on March aftermath the presidential election. But in Kaduna State, the story is different. We'll be joined shortly by our correspondent, but there are reports of a terrible situation as youth stone emirs and others at venue of the inauguration ceremony in Kaduna State. We'll find out why that is so in a couple of minutes. And there's also a report of pandemonium at Bako Katagura Memorial Stadium as irate youths throw stones at former Governor Babangida Aliyu. Want to find that details of that also in a couple of minutes. For places, Barrister, like Kwara and Oyo State, where incumbent governor won a rerun,
Yes.
it will be more of a ceremony, really, than an handover.
Yeah,
official.
yes, it's more of a reaffirmation of continuity. There's nothing to hand over. And the excitement of the people is that they are hoping that the governors will be will have renewed energy, renewed strength, be turbocharged once again to run their last lap of their race. I mean, in governance. And then the people will only be excited, hoping that the second term of the governors will be better than the first. So, and you mentioned Imo State, that there's an excitement in Imo State that General Muhammadu Buhari has been sworn in. Now, Nifemi, there's this grapevine information that I got, which I will need you confirm to me. Is it true that General Buhari's mother is from Imo State?
Well, the last time I checked, I was asking questions on this show, but I might have to Google that and find out.
We need to find that out. The excitement in Imo light is so much. It's akin to the excitement in Katsina. You know, the excitement in Owerri is akin to excitement in Daura. You know, maybe Buhari, maybe their grandson. You never can tell. And if that is the case, then you don't blame the people for being excited.
But you know, Imo is quite peculiar from southern Nigeria, being one different state that, you know, backed the All Progressives Congress. They said that the decision by the Imo State governor to have left or moved Abga to join the merger was a very dicey one for Abga, that traditionally was a southeastern, you know, party. And you saw how the southeastern have voted during the major election in 2015. So it was a risk that was taken, and now that they really want to bask in the euphoria of that decision.
No, naturally, you give it to Rochas. Even though he ran a very tight race that was too close to call.
That's
and
right.
To some people that he almost lost, but that the people still reaffirmed their faith and belief in him. And maybe part of the euphoria and the excitement is that at least before, in his first term, he was in Owerri with an opposition in Abuja.
But now his party has won.
His party has won, both at Owerri and at Abuja. So they will now want to believe that whatever is due to them, if something was being withheld by the opposition at Abuja, will now come back to them. So
you know, there are some who are even also talking about the fact that Rochas Okorocha's dream of becoming president of Nigeria might also be coming to fruition. I saw him particularly in one of those campaigns where he was telling them that in 2019 the presidency must come to Southeast, and he was jokingly saying, Amechi, don't tell me it's South time this time around when it's 2019. That might be too early to discuss.
No, Rochas, you give it to him. Rochas is good at creating humor, you know, when he speaks, and sometimes such humors may be a reflection of his thought process. So this is 2015. 2019 is still far off. Anybody to begin to conjecture who becomes the next president, because Muhammadu Buhari will tell you that he hasn't finished his assignment.
All right, we'll be taking a break on the discussion to join the very first speech by the newly sworn-in President of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely grateful to God who has preserved us to witness this day and this occasion. Today marks a triumph for Nigeria and an occasion to celebrate her freedom and cherish her democracy. Nigerians have shown their commitment to democracy and are determined to entrench its culture. Our journey has not been easy, but thanks to the determination of our people and strong support from friends abroad, we have today a truly democratically elected government in place. I would like to thank President Goodluck Jonathan for his display of statesmanship in setting a precedent for us that has now made our people proud to be Nigerians wherever they are. With the support and cooperation he has given to the transition process, he has made it possible for us to show the world that despite the perceived tension in the land, we can be a united people, capable of doing what is right for our nation. Together, we cooperated to surprise the world that had come to expect only the worst from Nigeria. I hope this act of graciously accepting defeat by the outgoing president will become the standard of political conduct in our country. I would like to thank the millions of supporters who believed in us even when the cause seemed hopeless. I salute their resolve in waiting long hours in rain and hot sunshine to register and cast their votes and stay all night if necessary to protect and ensure their votes count and were counted. I thank those who tirelessly carried the campaign on the social media. At the same time, I thank our other countrymen and women who did not vote for us, but contributed to make our democratic culture truly competitive, strong, and definitive. I thank you all. Having just a few minutes ago sworn by the Holy Book, I intend to keep my oath and serve as president to all Nigerians. I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody. A few people have privately posed fears that on coming back to office, I shall go after them. These fears are groundless. There will be no paying off old scores. The first is prologue. Our neighbors in the sub-Saharan region and our African brethren should rest assured that Nigeria, under our administration, will be ready to play any leadership role that Africa expects of it. Here, I would like to thank the governments and people of Cameroon, Chad, and Niger for committing their armed forces to fight Boko Haram in Nigeria. I also wish to assure the wider international community of our readiness to cooperate and help to combat threats of cross-border terrorism, sea piracy, refugees and boat people, financial crime, cyber crime, climate change, the spread of communicable diseases, and other challenges of the 21st century. At home, we face enormous challenges: insecurity, pervasive corruption, the hitherto unending and seemingly impossible fuel and power shortages are the immediate concerns. We are going to tackle them head on. Nigerians will not regret that they have entrusted national responsibility to us. We must not succumb to hopelessness and defeatism. We can fix our problems. In recent times, Nigerian leaders appear to have misread our mission. Our founding fathers, Mr. Herbert Macaulay, Dr. Nnamdi Azikwe, Chief of Obafemi Awolowo, Alhaji Ahmad Bello, the Sardauna of Sokoto, Alhaji Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, Malan Aminu Kano, Chief J.S. Tarka, Museo Ita, Chief Dennis Osadibe, Chief Ladoke Akintola, and their colleagues worked to establish certain standards of governance. They might have differed in their methods or tactics or details, but they were united in establishing a viable and progressive country. Some of their successors behaved like spoiled children, breaking everything and bringing disorder to the house. Furthermore, we as Nigerians must remind ourselves that we are heirs to great civilizations. Sheikh Osman Danfodio's Caliphate, the Kanem Borno Empire, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire, and King Jaja's formidable domain. The blood of those great ancestors flow in our veins. What is now required is to build on these legacies to modernize and uplift Nigeria. Daunting as the task may be, it is by no means insurmountable. There is now a national consensus that our chosen route to national development is democracy. To achieve our objectives, we must consciously work the democratic system. The federal executive under my watch will not seek to encroach on the duties and functions of the legislative and judicial arms of government. The law enforcing authorities will be charged to operate within the Constitution. We shall rebuild and reform the public service to become more effective and more serviceable. We shall charge them to apply themselves with integrity and stabilize the system. For their part, the legislative arm must keep to their brief of making laws, carrying out oversight functions, and doing so expeditiously. The judicial system needs reform to cleanse itself from its immediate past. The country now expects the judiciary to act with dispatch in all cases, especially on corruption, serious financial crimes, or abuse of office. It is only when the three arms act constitutionally that government will be enabled to serve the country optimally and avoid confusing all too often bedeviling governance today. Elsewhere, relations between Abuja and the states have to be clarified if we are to serve the country better. Constitutionally, there are limits to powers of each of the three tiers of government, but that should not mean the federal government should fold its arms and close its eyes to what is going on in the states and local governments. Not least, the operation of the local government joint account. While the federal government cannot interfere in the details of its operations, it will ensure that the gross corruption at the local level is checked. As far as the Constitution allows me, I will try to ensure that there is responsible and accountable governance at all levels of government in the country. For I will not have kept my own trust with the Nigerian people if I allow others abuse theirs under my watch. However, no matter how well organized the governments of the Federation are, they cannot succeed without support, understanding, and cooperation of labor unions, organized private sector, the press, and civil society organizations. I appeal to employers and workers alike to unite in raising productivity so that everybody will have the opportunity to share in increased prosperity. The Nigerian press is the most vibrant in Africa. My appeal to the media today, and this includes the social media, is to exercise its considerable powers with responsibility and patriotism. My appeal for unity is predicated on the seriousness of the legacy we are getting into. With depleted foreign reserves, falling oil prices, leakages, and debts, the Nigerian economy is in deep trouble and will require careful management to bring it around and to tackle the immediate challenges confronting us, namely Boko Haram, the Niger Delta situation, the power shortages, and unemployment, especially among young people. For the longer term, we have to improve the standards of our education. We have to look at the whole field of Medicare. We have to upgrade our dilapidated physical infrastructure. The most immediate is Boko Haram's insurgency. Progress has been made in recent weeks by our security forces, but victory cannot be achieved by basing the command and control center in Abuja. The command center will be relocated to Maiduguri and remain until Boko Haram is completely subdued. But we cannot claim to have defeated Boko Haram without rescuing the Chibok girls and all other innocent persons held hostages by the insurgents. This government will do all it can to rescue them alive. Boko Haram is a typical example of small fires causing large fires. An eccentric and unorthodox preacher with a tiny following was given posthumous fame and following by his extrajudicial murder at the hands of the police. Since then, through official bungling, negligence, complacency, or collusion, Boko Haram became a terrifying force, taking tens of thousands of lives and capturing several towns and villages, covering swaths of Nigerian sovereign territory. Boko Haram is a mindless, godless group who are as far away from Islam as one can think of. At the end of the hostilities, when the group is subdued, the government intends to commission a sociological study to determine its origins, remote and immediate causes of the movement, its sponsors, the international connections, to ensure that measures are taken to prevent a recurrence of this evil. For now, the armed forces will be fully charged with prosecuting the fight against Boko Haram. We shall overhaul the rules of engagement to avoid human rights violations in operations. We shall improve operational and legal mechanisms so that disciplinary steps are taken against proven human rights violations by the armed forces. Boko Haram is not only the security issue bedeviling our country. The spate of kidnappings, armed robberies, herdsmen farmers clashes, cattle rustlings, all help to add to the general air of insecurity in our land. We are going to erect and maintain an efficient, disciplined, people-friendly, and well-compensated security forces within an overall security architecture. The amnesty program in the Niger Delta is due to end in December.
To move the headquarter base of the army to, the north, how would you react to this?
First and foremost, I have to congratulate every Nigerian for the new government that is in place, and also to congratulate our brand new head of state, President Muhammadu Buhari. He has, in his speech today, reassured Nigerians. At least he has told Nigerians what Nigerians want to hear and how he intends to hit the ground running. I have listened attentively to the statement. He has laid out his plans, particularly in the area of security, which have been the centrifugal force that almost brought the previous government to its knees. The issue of security, the issue of power sector. How did he intend to go about this? I am particularly delighted on the issue of security that, look, you can't say you want to fight insecurity in the Northwest. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Nigerian Armed Forces is in Abuja, so many miles away from where the real security is taking place. I'm happy now that he has hit the ground running by giving immediate order that the headquarters should move to the battlefront and face them. That's not just the end. He also promised to set up a think tank that will look into the immediate and remote causes. What could have led some Nigerians to take arms against their fatherland? So that is reassuring that, look, we must find a permanent solution to the issue of the menace of the Boko Haram. So on the power sector, he has said he was going to set up a committee and then look into all the problems. My fear is this. Nigeria has to be patient and then let the president implement what he has outlined as his area of concern, area of priority. Don't let us stampede him. He's not coming for the first time. He's not a novice in government. He's a man who knows his onion. He's a man who has been there before. He's a man who knows where the shoe pinches, and I'm sure he will succeed.
But let's talk more a little bit about security. Do you think that this was what the former president should have done, moving the headquarters of the army base to the north in order to combat the security? Did you think?
Frank, it is just commonsensical. You cannot fight a war where the major leaders who are supposed to be the arrowhead of the war itself are not there. You must be there. Your presence must be felt. So this was one of the lacuna that existed in the previous government. He is a military. The current president he was formerly a military man, and you can't be a major general for that matter. So he knew how to go about that type of war. He's not facing it for the first time. So he couldn't have just asked all other serving major generals in the army, brigadiers, all of them, sit down in Abuja and expect that the war against Boko Haram in the Northwest will win. How come? So he knew that to achieve success, thank God for your question, to achieve success in the fight against Boko Haram, we need to take the battle to the backyard of these insurgents so that they will know we are serious. By the time they look back, they will see us. They look front, they are seeing us. They look at their right, left, they are seeing us. So in other words, before the so-called insurgent knew what is happening, we have surrounded them. And this is what is happening. Look, you don't give an inch to your enemy in the battle front.
Let's also imagine a little bit how Nigeria under this new government will be in the next couple of months to come now. If you imagine, what do you see play out? What can you see Nigeria to be in this new administration?
You see, Mr. President himself has been in this country in the last 1 month. Frank, I want to take a retrospect. I'm not even the president of Nigeria, but as a prominent citizen of this country, let us look inward into what has happened within our community in the last 1 month. Absence of power, that is electricity, fuel nowhere to be found. insecurity, of course. Where there's no electricity, of course, what do you expect? Darkness. And it is easier for the hoodlums to operate in the dark. So with this type of background, what has happened to us in the last 1 month in this country, I don't think any government or any government want to deliver will want to be told what to do. If I were the president today, I would hit the ground running. First of all, this issue of fuel scarcity, there must be an end to it. I give them 1 week. And in any case, by now, after my being sworn in as the president, the first action would have been that by now the so-called the head of the various parasisters in the NNPC and all of them, they should be in the unemployment market now.
But let's also, Barrister, let's also talk a little bit about promises from the president. During campaign, the APC made promises upon promises in power sector, and some of these...
they all made promises. They all did.
But in some of these promises, a lot of people are really looking at the fact that this could be too ambitious. Do you think in all these promises, are they not being too ambitious? Is the president now not being too ambitious?
You see, this is not the first time politicians will come and tell us all sorts of stories and promise heaven and earth. We will do plate, we will do calabash. It's not the first time. But the fact is, Nigerians were unanimous in the last election that, look, whether the incoming government will perform or not, this one that we have seen on the ground, they are not performers. They must go. So, in other words, the issue of evil promises, I will do this, that one took a back seat in the last election. People wanted a change. And I can tell you that if there were other parties that were in fact better than APC, people would have in fact voted than me. But people just wanted a change. So with this as a hindsight, it is now left for the party that have now won, that have been sworn in today, to ensure that Nigerians are not taken on a journey of foolery. Whatever they have told Nigerians they were going to do as part of their election promises, they must do it. Because Nigerians are very enlightened now politically. You can see the massive turnout in the last presidential election. You see, like I keep saying, the APC-led federal government must hit the ground running. Now, from today, there's no longer sleeping anywhere for them. They must begin to implement the policy they have heard out for Nigerians. Otherwise, in the next 4 years, it's going to be another song.
But let's also look at we cannot talk about beyond today now without looking at legacies of the former president, President Goodluck Jonathan. Now, do you think he has really achieved a little? Well, let me just put it out because let's ask. Maybe we should access a little bit of some of his policies.
We have to be very fair, Frank. We have to be very, frankly speaking, we have to be frank and fair to the outgoing government. Because we can't just throw away the baby and the bathwater and say they have not performed because we have voted them out. No. There are still some key areas where they have achieved, in fairness to them. Look at whether you like it or not. Speaking on behalf of myself, particularly with my constant travels in and out of the country, Nigerian airports, they have been fairly improved upon. In other words, the aviation sector, there have been improvement. I didn't say massive improvement, but there have been improvement from what hitherto been the situation. Go to go to Murtala Mohammed Airport, at least to an extent. The place is now wider, more accommodating, and the rest. There's still room for improvement, though. Right. So in the aviation sector, in fairness, they have done fairly well. In the agriculture, also, I will give it to them. Roads, they tried. But of course, other than that, particularly with education, I'm happy that they have created, that regime has succeeded in creating more universities, more colleges of education to address the issue of the learning gap, particularly among the youth who are seeking for admission into the various university and technical colleges. So in the area of education, they have also done well.
How would you want to see these current...
But that is not to mean that all of that sector that I didn't mention, that tells you that they were a colossal failure.
But in some of these...
In the power sector,
yes.
fuel management, corruption, oh my God. Where are we going to start?
But in some of these areas that you've mentioned, how would you want to see this current government build on some of these?
I would advise the present federal government that, look, like I said earlier, you don't throw away the baby and the bathwater together. You can't just throw away everything that the past government has done. You look at what led to the banana peas that caused the major fall of the last government. Avoid such banana peel and improve on the areas they have said. For instance, the area of aviation that I have told you of, there's nothing preventing the present government from improving on what they have done. The area of power sector that the outgone government failed woefully. What is your own take as a new government? How do you want to tackle that? Because Nigerians are not prepared to listen to explanations or excuses. Start action now. Some areas in Lagos State in the last 3 weeks or 1 month have not had light. So you want them to listen to excuses again. So you must hit the ground running. So they should have learned from the mistakes of the outgone government and then told themselves that, look, we are not going to fall into that type of mistakes. The caliber of people who had wrecked this economy, this political economy in the last 4 years, we must do away with them. We can no longer retain them in service. Once this is done, and you now put qualified people who can perform, who can do the job, put them there, I think it will be better for this country at the end of the day. And this government will receive applause for it. Because before you know it, 4 years it would have come. And then it will be a test time again for us to decide the fate of our political leaders. So that's why it is essentially compulsory for them now to start hitting the ground now and then making their impact felt in the next available 2 weeks. The impact of the new government must be felt. If you are carrying it over till another year, people might begin to lose their patience.
But Barrister, let's also look at some of the policies that the outgoing government has made as well. In the last, in terms of bills, passage of bills and all of that, which is your area, constitutions and amendment and all of that, we've seen the former president pass some bill recently or more in his last days in office.
The outgoing president must be given that credit at least for being the person apart from his presidential executive function. He introduced major reforms in terms of bills to the National Assembly as a way of helping to promote good governance as enjoined in the Constitution. But even though some of those proposals in the so-called bills met stiff opposition from the members of the National Assembly who were more self-aggrandized as to what will come into them first rather than what will benefit the ordinary Nigerian. But by and large, President Gula must be given that credit that he sponsored so many bills that touched on the life of Nigeria. Otherwise, the National Assembly members that were elected on the basis that go and make laws for us, laws that will enhance good governance, laws that will put food on our table. Go and do that. They are not doing that. All that the members of the National Assembly were mainly interested in is matter that will enhance their political position, how to remain perpetually in government, how to get more allowances, more salaries, without a corresponding responsibility in terms of job performance. So these are the things that the National Assembly were preoccupiedly known for. And so if the president, who is the head of the executive, after appreciating that there's a lot of failure on the part of the outgoing National Assembly, chose to introduce most of the far-reaching bill, I think the man needed to be
just before we go on break, Barrister, what kind of relationship would you want to see between the the executive and the members of the National Assembly, both at the upper chamber and the lower chamber?
They must work hand in hand. I'm not saying one should be a fool to the other one, or one should go and lie down the other.
Looking at the fact that even what you have in the National Assembly and the upper chamber, they have more majority. The APC have more majority.
Unlike what we had in the outgoing government, APC virtually had so much of their members in the National Assembly, so that you may expect that will be a plus for easy and quick passage of bills into laws. It might not be. So the so-called APC majority, you discover that at the end of this, so many of these
Are you
so-called
saying
APC,
we are in for a surprise or anything can happen?
In for the surprise, anything can happen in the sense that the so-called majority might turn out to be to be the undoing of APC, because so many of these so-called APC legislators might be APC legislators in terms of outfit, but inwardly they still belong to where they were coming from. Don't forget that so many of these APC senators and legislators did the camp overnight when they started saying the handwriting on the wall. So the fact that you say, oh, we are in command of the majority, it might not be like that. It's when there is a major constitutional amendment to be made in the National Assembly, or there is a bill that will enhance proper development of the society. That is when you actually know whether these people are actually a member of one family or not. So okay. It's not here to say who, because you are commanding majority. You wait until important bills are to be passed. You will see that. Well,
I will have to leave that now and then go on break now. We'll take a break shortly. Of course, we'll be back at the live coverage of the 2015 transition. We'll be back after this time out.
It's often said that the future belongs to those who are inspired to dream. Dreams of a future where we're more than able to move the entire world.
Mom, one day I'm gonna be a superstar performer.
Yes, one day.
Rich and creamy peak, extra fortified with 28 vitamins and minerals. Here's to 60 years of dreams and inspiring the future. The future is bright. Reach for your peak.
Glad to have you back now. It's still Transition 2015, a live coverage of the swearing-in ceremony of President Muhammadu Buhari, and that has taken place already. But we're looking beyond today now, beyond May 29. How is Nigeria going to look like under the new administration of President Muhammadu Buhari? Well, John is still in the studio with me, constitutional lawyer, Barrister Fred Agbaje. Thank you for being there. Let's look quickly at the fact that this swearing-in ceremony, it seems to be the biggest so far, looking at the global attention. Over 50 head of state, over 50 head of state came to witness this swearing-in ceremony. Frank, would you attribute to the personality of Buhari or a new Nigeria that is just emerging?
It's both to the personality of Buhari and in respect of the new emerging political structure. Because most foreign countries or most foreign head of state they never believe that anything good can come out of this nation called Nigeria. They thought that the last election was going to be the demarcating line that was going to split. Afterwards, this erroneous impression that Nigeria would divide from 2015. So people now saw the election as, this election will be the determining factor. But unfortunately, we were able to avoid that through a lot of civilization and the candor with which Nigeria conducted that election. And credit must also be given to the umpire, the INEC, that stood their ground and did what was right. So the world were watching. So why would they not come and witness what was to happen in Nigeria today? They came massively. And
ethnic groups. The country has over 50 languages and over 250 dialects and ethnic groups. Nigeria is believed to possess one of the finest cultures in the world, ranging from cuisines, clothing, languages, architecture, hospitality, traditional music, dance, art, and much more. The three largest ethnic groups are the Hausa Fulani, who are predominant in the north, the Igbos, who are predominant in the southeast, and the Yorubas, who are predominant in the southwest. The Edo people are predominant in the regions between the Yoruba land and the Igbo land. This group is followed by the Ibibios and an Efik people of the coastal southeastern Nigeria and the Ijaws of the Niger. The rest of Nigeria's ethnic groups are found all over the country, especially in the Middle Belt and the North. The Hausa tends to be Muslims, and the Igbos are predominantly Christians. The Efik, Ibibios, and Ain people are mainly Christians. The Yorubas have a balance of members that are ardently of both Islam and Christianity. Indigenous religious practice remains important in all Nigeria's ethnic group. These beliefs are often blended with Christianity or even Islam. One cannot help but savor the rich delicacies from Tuwo Shinkafa with Miyan Kuka of the north to the Akpu with Ofe Oweri of the east and Inyo with Egusi soup of the west. Who will resist the Afang soup, specially made in the beautiful city of Calabar? Call it a fishing frenzy festival. It is one of the most famous cultural festivals in Nigeria, and it is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Arugungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State, between February and March every year. It is called the Arugungu Fishing Festival. Eyo is not just unique, but central to the city of Lagos, Africa's biggest metropolis. It is widely believed that Eyo is a replica of a modern-day carnival in Brazil. You need to attend festivals such as the Benin Festival, the New Yam Festival, Oshu Festival, and Shango Festival to understand the beauty embedded in Nigeria's culture. Nigeria is a blessed nation.
You can now watch Coretv News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
Muhammadu Buhari is a familiar name in Nigeria's politics, but became prominent more as a military leader. His life started years before, on December 17, 1942. Buhari is a native of Dora in Katsina State, raised by his mother after his father died when he was about 4 years old. In December 1989, Buhari married his second and current wife, Aisha. The marriage produced 5 children. Buhari joined the Nigerian Army in 1961 through the Nigerian Military Training College, now Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in Kaduna, and rose through the ranks, serving in various capacities and attending courses both in the United Kingdom and India. He was also made Military Secretary, Army Headquarters, and was a member of the Supreme Military Council between 1978 and 1979. At the rank of Colonel, Buhari was part of the class of 1980 that attended the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, United States of America, and gained a master's degree in strategic studies. In 1983, Major General Buhari and Major General Tunde Idiagbon were selected to lead the country by middle and high-ranking military officers after a successful military coup d'etat that overthrew Second Republic civilian President Shehu Shagari in December of that year. In 1985, Buhari was overthrown in a coup led by General Ibrahim Babangida on August 27, and other members of the ruling Supreme Military Council (SMC), ostensibly because he insisted on investigating allegations of fraudulent award of contracts in the Ministry of Defense. Buhari served as the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund (PTF), a body created by the government of General Sani Abacha and funded from the revenue generated by the increase in price of petroleum products to pursue developmental projects around the country. Now a converted Democrat, Buhari contested the presidential election as a candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party in 2003. On the 18th of December 2006, General Buhari was nominated as the consensus candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party. His main challenger in the 2007 April polls was the ruling People's Democratic Party PDP's Umaru Yar'Adua, who is also from the same state, Katsina, and he lost. In March 2010, Buhari left the ANPP for the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, a party he had helped to found. Buhari was the presidential candidate of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, in the 16th of April 2011 general election, running against incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Malam Nuhu Ribadu of the Action Congress of Nigeria, and Ibrahim Shekarau of the NPP. They were the major contenders among 20 contestants. Buhari won 12,214,853 votes, coming second to the incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the PDP, who polled 22,495,187 votes and was declared winner. General Muhammadu Buhari ran in the 2015 presidential election as a candidate of the All Progressives Congress. In February 2015, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo quit the ruling PDP and threw his support behind the Buhari-Osinbajo ticket. Having made several efforts before now, the 2015 presidential election is General Muhammadu Buhari's fourth attempt for the #1 citizenship of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is also the first time a sitting president was unsure of re-election and thus goes down in history as the nation's most keenly contested election so far. After several months of rigorous campaign travels across Nigeria and certain key nations of the world, after ceaseless uncertainties about the election, having survived several attacks both at his person and eligibility, General Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, has been declared winner of the 5th general election in Nigeria's 4th Republic. By this declaration of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, General Buhari becomes the second military general and former head of state in Nigeria to be elected as president in a democratic Nigeria.
I don't like it when people give excuses to be lazy. Oh, I can't see. Oh, I don't have hands. Oh, I can't talk. They will sit still and let self-pity overwhelm them. No, you don't have to let self-pity overshadow your dream. There is ability in disability. My name is Godwin Yosase. I sell recharge card. Okay, my prayer point is, please God, give me a wife. From Benue State, thief by tribe. I was born in Nasarawa State, where my grandfather was farming. My primary education was there, LGA Primary School, the Ruaitia in my local government. And then after that, I attended government secondary school, also Doma. So all my life was there. My father decided to add so many wives with so many children. And I happened to be the second my father, my second wife's son. My father has, I think, about 6 wives with, I think, more than 20. We are more than 20 children presently. I was very, very unprivileged to have come from a family that were very ignorant. Very ignorant in the sense that they had not gone anywhere. They were just inside there and not really know what's happening outside. And that was actually what affected me most. And according to the story, I was 6 then. My body, they said, was hot in the morning. And then my mother took me to the next near village for probably for treatment. There and then, I don't know what they see, and then I was given an injection. By the time my mother got home and wanted to remove me from the back, I couldn't stand again. And they assume, okay, maybe it's the pain of injection and all that, and that was it. After my secondary school, I couldn't have money to register my WAEC because there was none of my parents who sent me to school. I was going to school just by assistance from probably church members and all that, some people, some concerned people around. So at the end of my school, there was no money for me to register for exams, external exams. So I had to abandon it. Then there was this federal government program they were doing, NDE. So I joined them. According to what they were told, there could be some assistance, not just learning alone. There could be some assistance from the federal government. Probably there's some money that was supposed to be paying you for feeding and all that for you to learn. But by the time I started, there was nothing like that. And I did not have where to stay. So I had to also abandon it. And in the course of beginning to think on the next step to do, an idea came to me, and I decided to leave Nasarawa State for Abuja. In Abuja, I was living in a park. There was nowhere to stay. I was living in Area 1 Park. They call it Labour Park then. In 2013, when we came for normal national programs in Lagos, Shilo, 2003, I decided to stay behind. No accommodation in Lagos. I was staying with a security man who was an outside person. It was actually an office. So when they close, we come in to stay. And then early in the morning, all of us had to tidy up and leave before the office people will come in.
Okay, let's say cheese to the camera. Are we ready?
Okay.
Say cheese.
When I woke up and had my bath like every other person does, and then wear my clothes and I'm on. So my business place, of course, in Mama Cars.
Attacked anybody just because of where they came from.
Sharing the adorable word of women in politics every week, only on Coretv News.
As news breaks, people don't let events pass without giving their comment or reactions.
When the problem arises in society, these are the people that should be consulted.
To cleanse the corruption in society, we are not to provide information for good life and also security of life and property in this country.
The academic society have the loud. Some pundits believe that as long as the political system is driven by selected few, corruption may be difficult to fight.
You should be careful about what you say. I am not the only politician. Even if I've wronged anyone, it is time to forgive me.
Political Arena every Sunday at 9:15 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Tuesday at 1:30 p.m.
heritage.
A heroic past conquers the future. Every land and its people have legends or heroes whom they tie their historical heritage to. As for the Egba people of Abeokuta in Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, this hero is Lishabi Agbongbakala, the liberator and father of the Egba people.
Came in waves from the different homelands, or what we call the Egba forest. And from the Egba forest that they all came to settle at Abeokuta, starting from the Ulumo, and that was around 1830.
According to history, the Egba people started to settle in Abeokuta in 1830. The story of Abeokuta, the abode of the Egbas, started with their liberation. Prior to their liberation, the Egba people were under the oppressive rule of the Alaafin of Oyo.
Lishabi is the one that liberated the Egbas from the Oloyo in the days of old. Because, you know, the Oloyos usually send his Ilaris down to Egba, you know, to come and take what is called Ishakole, you know, that which they're supposed not to pay.
It was this oppressive rule that inspired Lishabi to set his people free at all cost. As a patriot, he used his local army, the Egbearo, to organize the simultaneous killing of all the Ilaris, the representatives of the Alaafin of Oyo, in all Egba towns. Today, centuries after he's gone, the Egba people celebrate Lishabi.
Our theme is to celebrate heroism. That is to bring out the good points and the good deeds and all the things, all the services which Lishabi rendered to the Egba people. Then we say heroism and youth development for the modern youth to learn from the history of their ancestors. The history of unity, the lesson of unity, the lesson of personal discipline, the lesson of patriotism, the lesson of cooperation, and all that. That is all we are trying to celebrate and give to the benefit of the young ones. So the celebration is only an opportunity to bring all these things together for the benefit of the modern generation.
The celebration of the Lishabi's annual event is to remind us of the heroic feat of Lishabi and his men, and to remind us of the debt of gratitude which we owe to Lishabi and his men.
Olumo Rock holds a special place in the history of the Egba people.
endowed with natural caves. The Olumo Rock served as a refuge. It was in these caves that the Egba people hid during the Yoruba Wars.
When we arrived here, Olumo Rock provided the first shelter. Underneath the rock, you have rooms and parlors, and you have so many, cool places there that people could sleep in. Neither rain nor sun could touch them there.
Today, the Olumo Rock is kept sacred and worshipped. It was also from this rock that Abeokuta got its name. Abeokuta means under the rock in Yoruba. For 7 days, the rock city of Abeokuta stood still as sons, daughters, and friends of Egba land trooped into the town from all walks of life to honor Lishabi, whose heroic feats secured the future of the Egba people.
Gbogbo àwọn baálẹ̀ ní gbogbo eku Ẹ̀gbá, Abẹ́òkúta South, Abẹ́òkúta North, gbogbo aláǹdí bàbá pé àkú ọdún bàbá ẹkú yèdùn ẹni tó ń bá ṣe lóore ìgbà máa pọ̀ sí lórí àṣìṣe àwọn orílẹ̀ bàbá olówó Ẹ̀gbá àwọn Ẹ̀gbá tó gbogbo bàbá tó lọ dárúkọ agbègbè pépé kó oríire mi o.
The booming of guns at the ancient Olumo Rock heralded the celebrations of this year's Lishabi Day celebration. This booming of the gun is regarded as a worthy salute for the great hero Lishabi.
We had always, used any occasion of celebration to boom guns to let people know that we are celebrating.
That's just traditional, cultural, that usually when a big thing is happening like that, there'll be guns booming and all that, just to show that something is beginning to happen. A festival is happening, an important event is happening. That is traditional in all Yoruba towns.
As the gun salute dies down, the Woro dancers from Bagura, Ake, and Ibare sections of Egba land took to the streets amidst drumming and dancing. This is a repeat of the unity dance which followed the defeat of the Alaafin's army by Lishabi. As part of the celebrations, the Alake of Egba land, accompanied by high chiefs and prominent sons of Egba land, climbed to the peak of the rock to offer prayers for the continued unity of the Egba kingdom.
Gbogbo àwọn kọmitì tí wọ́n wá ṣe ètò yìí, Ọlọ́run á máa bùkún wọn. Ìjọba àgbọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ọ̀nìṣẹ́ gbọ́ o, nǹkan tí yóò dúró fún ààyè ìjọba láìpẹ́ ọjọ́, wọ́n á dẹ̀ fi ẹ́ sí kò tó yẹ kán fi ẹ́ sí láti máa bá wọn dámọ̀ràn fún ìlọsíwájú gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ló máa rí o.
Tiwi ló máa rí.
Tiwi ló máa rí.
Tiwi ló máa rí.
Tiwi ló máa rí.
After prayers at the Olumorok, the celebrations shifted to the palace of the Alake for the traditional Ayo game. The Lishabi Day quiz and debate competition. and football. As usual with Lishabi Day celebrations, other heroes were celebrated alongside Lishabi. This time, the hero of the year, late Surakatu Shobande, the OC of Egbaland, died in 2001.
The Chief Shobande, who was OC Egba, he was OC for over 50 years. He died at the age of 103.
Èèyàn pàtàkì ni ó nífẹ̀ẹ́ sí ìlú kò lè fọ̀rọ̀ ìlú ṣeré èèyàn dẹ ní àgọ́ ọ̀wẹ̀ tí wọ́n fi jẹ́ balógun yìí èèyàn ni ní ọ̀dọ̀ mi yìí àtàwọn àyàwó ẹ̀ èèyàn ni ń tọ́jú èèyàn o ń tọ́jú èèyàn.
Also, as part of this year's Lisabi Day celebrations, some Egba sons and daughters who had contributed to the development of the land were honored. This is Igbo Lishabi. Lishabi's forest is the mystical forest where Lishabi was said to have disappeared many centuries ago. Every year the people journey to Igbo Lishabi to honor their founding father. The forest is sacred. Farming or hunting is not allowed, and women are forbidden to enter it.
Ẹ̀gbá tó ti lọ ní agbára Ọlọ́run ó máa padà lọ́dún. Tá bá máa débi lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀ ayọ̀ wa tún ju tọ́bí ìlọ. ọkùnrin ní ṣe àwọn ọmọ wa o wọ́n tún àwọn àjù wa lọ. àwa náà àwọn oníwà kọ̀ọ̀kan ti ní wa lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀. èrò tó wà ń bí lọ́dún yìí á dàbí ẹni pé ìdá mẹ́wàá àwọn tó máa wà ń bí lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀. owó wa a máa lé sí i ọlá wa máa lé sí i ayọ̀ wa máa pọ̀ sí i. ẹlòmíràn àgbà kan.
Prayers are said to appease the spirit of Lishabi, and of course later there is merriment. Then the activities are rounded up at the palace of the Alake, where people pay homage. The appearance of Igunoko masquerade added spice to the grand finale. At the end of this year's Lishabi Day celebrations, everyone was unanimous in showering praises and offering prayers for the continued existence of Lishabi Day celebrations.
transition from one civilian administration to another. The Eagle Square, like I said, while you called earlier, was actually a beehive of activities where a lot of dignitaries, you know, from all across the world came to grace the occasion. And what surprised most people here was the fact that when the president was giving his inaugural speech, he said he was not going to witch hunt anybody.
Yes.
You know, I saw the surprise on the faces of people, and you know, everybody was expecting that he's going to throw this and that, but he stated it categorically that he wasn't going to witch hunt anybody, and all he's out to do is to work and to make Nigeria better. You know, and one other surprising aspect also is that some of the principal officers that were actually with the former president, talking about Goodluck Jonathan, we saw them, you know, doing their normal work, you know, with the present president. So it's just like a continuous more.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
From the past administration to the new one that we have now.
Oh, good. Okay, now the main thing now is he's moving the defense headquarters to the north. That's Maiduguri. And what are the people's reactions towards this?
Oh, there was a whole lot of putting and screaming, you know, a whole lot of applause and all that. You know, that they are in support of that decision, you know, and I also hope that that decision will actually bring the desired results, because he said until Boko Haram is totally surmounted, the defense center will remain in Maiduguri, talking about the Borno State capital. Well, we just keep our fingers crossed to see when that movement will actually be made and what other results. Talking about the fight against the insurgents.
Okay, are there any implications of moving the defense headquarters to Maiduguri? Any implications towards this?
Can you come again?
Any implication of moving the defense headquarters to Maiduguri?
No. He wasn't talking about the defense headquarters. He was talking about there's a defense center, there's a defense headquarters, and all of that. So he was basically talking about the defense center that is going to be moved to Maiduguri. That doesn't mean that the whole military formation will move down there.
Okay.
Let's just keep our fingers crossed and see who and what will actually be moved to Maiduguri. Then at that point, we'll be able to comprehensively tell you that these are what has been moved from the defense headquarters down to Maiduguri.
Okay, thank you very much, Pius Samuel, for that. Just keep us posted on any latest development. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for calling.
Yes.
Well,
there you have it.
Yes, I listened to the conversation. Of course, there was a misinformation with regards to the
the defense headquarters.
The defense of, and that has been clarified.
Yeah, that has been
and
clarified.
We now have Basia, who is standing by in Mina, the Niger State capital, to give us also possibly to clarify some information. Basi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Sounding very loud and clear. I'm sounding excited too. But let's just go straight. Basi, what do you make of the event you've witnessed today?
Well, it was an event that was supposed to be peaceful all the way, and it started off as such. But we go through, we saw people running helter-skelter, and we saw drones flying. Of course, they were aimed at the former governor, Babangida Aliyu, by youth who some people say are quite angry with him for some of the policies he took up while in office. And they were dispersed that time around. And towards the end again, there were also stones flying and bullets also were flying. And everything became one big rowdy session. And even though some people are saying it's because the youth were not allowed to show full support for the newly sworn-in governor, Abubakar Sani Bello. But others are very sure that it's because of the ex-governor's policy that he took up. And of course, the second time around, when the shooting came up as well, it was when the ex-governor was leaving the stadium, the venue of the inauguration. That was when the stones started flying a second time. And of course, security officials had to do their best to ensure that there was calm once again. But apart from that, it was a beautiful process. The governor took the oath of office and oath of allegiance. And well, the people expect a lot from him. But they say he will be much better in their view than his predecessor.
That's a very positive expectation. Now, going to the speech proper, what else did you pick with promises or policy statements going forward in his new administration?
From what we've been hearing even before this momentous day was that the government is actually in a lot of debt. And while the newly sworn-in governor was making his speech, of course he said he would have to make do with whatever is left in the state treasury, and also from revenue that will be generated. So he has assured the people that projects that were people-oriented, initiated by the former government, will be continued and executed to the end. While those that are not so people-oriented will be stopped as instantly as possible. And that he is promising a transparent government, is promising the people a better outing this time around. And transformation of the civil service, making sure that they are paid wages that are commensurate with the work that they put in, and also reforming the judiciary. Those were part of the areas that he spoke about government will be placing more focus on those areas, especially. But he also said that in as much as they will be continuing with some of the people-oriented projects from the former government, that they would not also embark on grandiose projects themselves, but they will keep it to the barest minimum. That's basically what contained in his speech today.
Well, thank you very much, Basi, for that very narrative expression of what happened, especially clarifying the fact that indeed it happened and it's been brought under control. Thank you indeed, Basi. And that's our correspondent, Basi Aye, speaking to me live from the Bako Kotangora Stadium in Mina, Niger State. We're coming back to the studio now. We've heard a couple of comments, Yes. Our correspondents, as usual, will tell us up-to-date events, how they're unfolding.
Yeah,
but
she
particularly
also talked about, there's something that caught my attention. She spoke about reforming the judiciary, which I think they need to really focus on because, of course, the judiciary has been messed up. It's just across all the state and it's just not over there, having to dispense justice to the poor.
Swiftly.
Yes, that is one good thing in the right direction if it's going to be implemented. Very good. They should focus on that.
If you implement it, I think we are being joined by Omotayo from the feelers we're getting from the control room. Omotayo, if you can hear me, we just want to know, can you hear me first of all? Yes, Omotayo, can you hear me? Yes, Omotayo, can you hear me? Yes, Omotayo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Well, you're excited. Let me just go very straight. How is the situation like? How is the atmosphere like in Ibadan there?
I beg your pardon, I can't hear you. Can you come again, please?
Yes, how is the atmosphere like in Ibadan?
Well, the people over here are quite excited because the governor has given a much-awaited speech and in the speech he actually listed about 6 points agenda and one of those 6 points agenda is the fact that he said he won't be relying on the federal government's allocation, and I guess that's a subject of the fact that the state has been
Hello, Omota, are you still with me?
Okay, it seems we lost her.
I guess temporarily, of course, she'll be back, everything being equal. Because I wanted to ask her a very specific question. It's on record since the return of democratic rule in 1999. Oyo State has been known for not being able to or not willing to retain a sitting governor. Yes. But for the first time, possibly because of the changes they've seen, I think we have Omotayo back. Omotayo, can you hear me? Yes, Omotayo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, glad to have you back. I was very optimistic, and of course you're here. What do you make of the fact that the governor has been? Yes, sir. What do you make of the fact that the governor has been re-elected? Yes, I said, what do you make of the fact that the governor has been re-elected for the second time in Oyo State?
Well, what people are looking forward to is now continuity because according to them, he did a lot in the first tenure as a result of the infrastructural development. So they are looking forward to continuing on what he has started. And at the same time, because the government and the federal will be also progressive Congress. So people of Oyo State are looking forward to better lives. Once that ideally is going for the second term, and the fact that the government and the center is basically. So they are looking for better times ahead in Oyo State now.
Yes, okay, what else can you tell us with regards to how the people are responding to a day like this? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, what do you make of the people's response to today's inauguration?
I didn't hear that.
Yes, let me ask again. What do you make of the people's response to today's inauguration in Oyo State? Okay, I think there's still a bit of challenge getting that question across. She has said that possibly,
I could barely hear her,
but yeah, possibly it's because of the infrastructural changes positively that has informed the people's choice the second time for the governor.
This is the first time the incumbent governor will be winning there anyway.
Absolutely.
And that's a plus. So?
Well, this is the beauty of democracy.
It is.
And then going forward, especially with the outcome of the elections, not just at the federal level, but across the state, it does appear that the people's will is beginning to count. We may not have gotten there, in terms of electioneering, but it's a departure from the negative norm of a governor emerging, and then there's doubt. But here, the atmosphere even tells the story that the governor emerging proves that the people really want him back. And for the second time, it's happening in Oyo State. And it's a pointer to that attestation that democracy is solidifying in socio-economic life. And we hope that that continues. And from all indications, it would, considering the fact that the president now, Muhammadu Buhari, is talking very, very direct. It's not, the comments have not been covered up or paraphrased. Direct statements, this is what I'm going to do. And we hope that steps will be taken to actualize that.
Yes, and he also went on to say that, he does not belong to one person. He belongs to all.
He's the president of Nigeria.
To all, and to no one.
No one.
It doesn't belong to one.
It doesn't belong to anyone. Well, also the fact that in Plateau State, looking at what the story that we've dished out, Plateau State also, Simon Lalong, not a big political figure, if you may ask, in terms of political figures in Plateau State, but eventually he emerged. Also shows that the people there, people's choice actually has come to play.
Okay, we have another correspondent standing by and joining us live, Basi Ayi. Okay, what's the situation report? Can you have a tell us? Hello, can you hear us?
Basi Okafor, I think. Basi
Is it Basi
Okafor.
Okafor?
Yes,
Okay.
we have Basi Okafor with us.
Name. Sorry about that.
If you can hear us, Basi, we're trying to find out what's the situation there.
Yes, the governor has just finished giving it to the inaugural speech, Samuel Autumn. It was sworn in by Justice, the Chief Judge of Benue State, Justice Ilofame, one day. The venue of the place was agog with celebrations with the APC supporters. Yes, the place is now in a very mood of celebration. And then in his inaugural speech, the new governor promised to revive the economy of Benue State. Being an industrialist, he said that he will use his experience to bear on the economy of the state.
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. You can continue.
Okay. Yes. The deputy governor thanks him he also promised to work along with the governor that they do some of the citizens, and they also promised that the new governor is going to perform unlike the previous government. They say they believe in the governor based on his humanitarian work he has done, the things he has done in the state. He also expressed the confidence that he has to bring. In fact, the major areas they want the governor to focus on now is insecurity, because if you can remember, there's also a lot of crisis between the Fulani, cattle rearers, and the farmers. So there is a really serious issue in the state. They also want the salaries of civil servants to be paid promptly. So they really expected the governor to hit the ground running.
Hitting the ground running. Before I let you go, what about the people's response to these words of the new governor-elect, Samuel Otom?
I can't hear you.
Yes, I was asking if you could get, if you're able to get the feel of the people.
Hello?
Yes, I did ask if you got any feel of the people. Were you able to talk to anybody?
The line is breaking.
Okay, there's a bit of challenge talking to man there, Basil Okafor, are talking to us here in the studio from Makurdi, the Benue State capital, where a new governor has also been
sworn in.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, was Nasir El-Rufai sworn in today?
Yes, he was.
He was still sworn in after all that. Hello?
The Chief Justice of Kaduna State sworn in. They started with the deputy governor, and then he was the one that was sworn in last. Immediately after the swearing was when the incident now started.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much indeed, Amina. Thank you very much.
Well, that's our correspondent there in Kaduna. Earlier in the week, the governor-elect was seen doing some exercise, playing football, and also playing tennis. Somebody said he's a good tennis player, and he did show it there. And now he's been sworn in as the governor of Kaduna State. With his wealth of experience as former boss of the Bureau for Public Enterprises and also FCT minister, bringing it to bear in Kaduna State, possibly the people are heading towards a governance that after 4 years, they would look back and say, well, as she said, speaking to one or two Kaduna residents at their PVC they put to use, that they would not say they regretted doing that. Well, that's our outlook. We're still going to be keeping this from Oyo. Paul Samuel from Abuja and
Abiola
Oluwole here in Lagos, and others who spoke to us to tell us how events are unfolding and how the inauguration took place. It's a day that Nigerians wouldn't forget so fast. But it's also a period that we're going to be missing some names and the public glare, so to speak, in terms of governance. For me, as a Lagos resident, I think it will be the outgone governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Fashola. Somehow the minds cannot still accept that so quickly that he's no longer the governor. But of course, he said that after 8 years it was enough for him to give way. In fact, he suggested a younger person take the place.
Well, time is against us, and this is where we draw the curtain.
Of course, we're looking at it's a day that we've set aside to look at this, and it's an historic day. And from all of us here in the studio, Sabina, what do you say to them?
Well, happy inauguration. We hope that we'll be getting some of the names of the ministers in the cabinet coming up very soon, and we'll let you know much more on that right here on the station called TV News. So just keep a date with us.
Keep a date indeed. I'm Emmanuel Ezekiel.
And I am Sabina again. Thank you very much indeed for watching.
Thank you much indeed. Bye for now.
Live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
So what is 60 Minutes with Angela all about? It's not an interview. I like to think it's a conversation between two people making the news, people who are in the news, and those who become the news. And the whole idea is to inform, to educate, or to clarify, as the case may be. It is an art getting people to answer the questions that everyone is thinking in their minds. And that's what we try to do on 60 Minutes with Angela. I ask all the questions that everyone's thinking about and no one wants to voice. All the questions you always wanted to ask, you get those answers on 60 Minutes with Angela. Every week on this station, 60 Minutes with Angela, getting answers to every question you always wanted to ask.
Women share the most amazing thoughts on national issues, and they do it passionately.
For most men that are educated that are exposed will see nothing to it.
The population and the level of poverty made me cry. No infrastructural development whatsoever. And you tell me Lagos is working?
That was an accident. And it was a one-off thing. Other than that, there has never been any situation in Nigeria where a Nigerian attacked anybody just because of where they came from.
Sharing the adorable word of women in politics every week, only on Core TV News.
One continent, 54 countries, over 2,000 languages, but united with similar interests. As news breaks, we give you in-depth analysis around Africa every Monday on Core TV News.
Every day, every hour, and every minute, news break in Nigeria. Things happen so fast, it's most times difficult to track and comprehend them. But that's what we do right here on Digi360. 2015, would you want to come back again?
It's like asking Jesus Christ if he knew he was going to die, will you want to come back as the savior of the world again?
We do not just help you track the stories, we break them down, explore all the angles, analyze the issues so that you can fully comprehend the stories and use them to make the right decisions.
Core TV News, expanding your view.
Muhammadu Buhari is a familiar name in Nigeria's politics, but became prominent more as a military leader. His life started years before, on December 17, 1942. Buhari is a native of Dora in Katsina State, raised by his mother after his father died when he was about 4 years old. In December 1989, Buhari married his second and current wife, Aisha. The marriage produced 5 children. Buhari joined the Nigerian Army in 1961 through the Nigerian Military Training College, now Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, in Kaduna, and rose through the ranks, serving in various capacities and attending courses both in the United Kingdom and India. He was also made Military Secretary, Army Headquarters, and was a member of the Supreme Military Council between 1978 and 1979. At the rank of Colonel, Buhari was part of the class of 1980 that attended the U.S. Army War College in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, United States of America, and gained a master's degree in strategic studies. In 1983, Major General Buhari and Major General Tunde Idiagbon were selected to lead the country by middle and high-ranking military officers after a successful military coup d'etat that overthrew Second Republic civilian President Shehu Shagari in December of that year. In 1985, Buhari was himself overthrown in a coup led by General Ibrahim Babangida on August 27, and other members of the ruling Supreme Military Council SMC, ostensibly because he insisted on investigating allegations of fraudulent award of contracts in the Ministry of Defense. Buhari served as the chairman of the Petroleum Trust Fund, PTF, a body created by the government of General Sani Abacha and funded from the revenue generated by the increase in price of petroleum products to pursue developmental projects around the country. Now a converted Democrat, Buhari contested the presidential election as a candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party in 2003. On the 18th of December 2006, General Buhari was nominated as the consensus candidate of the All Nigeria People's Party. His main challenger in the 2007 April polls was the ruling People's Democratic Party PDP's Umaru Yar'Adua, who is also from the same state, Katsina, and he lost. In March 2010, Buhari left the ANPP for the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, a party he had helped to found. Buhari was the presidential candidate of the Congress for Progressive Change, CPC, in the 16th of April 2011 general election, running against incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Malam Nuhu Ribadu of the Action Congress of Nigeria, and Ibrahim Shekarau of the NPP. They were the major contenders among 20 contestants. Buhari won 12,214,853 votes, coming second to the incumbent President Goodluck Jonathan of the PDP, who polled 22,495,187 votes and was declared winner. General Muhammadu Buhari ran in the 2015 presidential election as a candidate of the All Progressives Congress. In February 2015, former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo quit the ruling PDP and threw his support behind the Buhari-Osinbajo ticket. Having made several efforts before now, the 2015 presidential election is General Muhammadu Buhari's fourth attempt for the #1 citizenship of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It is also the first time a sitting president was unsure of re-election and thus goes down in history as the nation's most keenly contested election so far. After several months of rigorous campaign travels across Nigeria and certain key nations of the world, after ceaseless uncertainties about the election, having survived several attacks both at his person and eligibility, General Muhammadu Buhari, Grand Commander of the Federal Republic, GCFR, has been declared winner of the 5th general election in Nigeria's 4th Republic. By this declaration of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, General Buhari becomes the second military general and former head of state in Nigeria to be elected as president in a democratic Nigeria.
This is what the people are saying.
You don't run a big economy with generator. They need to do more in terms of energy and power.
Many things to do for this Nigeria about lights, water, and new TT.
For Nigerians that are not gullible, we know that good laws have done nothing good for this country.
Buhari won the election convincingly.
Talk to our husband that you should keep promise about what you said, and because people are watching you, you know, another election is coming.
But some people will stand for Yoruba land, will be strong man. We don't die.
This nation is moving forward. The best is going to take place.
The people giving voice to the voiceless. Quite an interesting day in the city of Lagos, Nigeria. Hello and welcome to your darling program, The People, the program that echoes the voice of the people, even the voice of the voiceless. We're on the streets again, sampling the opinions of Nigerians. Nigerians on the streets, they are reacting. Let's go on the streets and find out what the people are saying.
With the current situation right now, we need them. Because them, we believe that a politics is left for any our person to come out. And the people that have been ruling us all these years, we knew that they don't have truth. There's no truth in them. They are not ruling. Their system of ruling is very, very bad. And we need the men of God, the so-called men of God, who can rule according to the will of God and with the fear of God. That can change the current system we have. Because right now, if we fail to allow the righteous men to rule, I bet anybody, this nation, where we will find ourselves, it will be a big issue.
Yeah, though actually what he said is right for a righteous man to rule in this country. But based on the nature of this country, a righteous man can never stand in this country because of the high level of corruption, the high level of killings and all the rest, and the politicians, they are very desperate in order to take the position, and they kill a lot of people. They have already committed a lot of crimes, and they have already committed murder and rituals in order to take over that position. So that is why I will not encourage any pastor to get himself into such activities, because for a pastor to succeed in the level of governance in Nigeria, somebody must put him there, and somebody must make his way for him to take over that position. And who is that person will make his way? It's not a righteous man like as he is. It will definitely be those devilish people who is on power.
My belief is this: a corrupt people or the corrupt politicians can sponsor a pastor to the throne. But I believe the God whom I serve and the God that is with the pastors can change their mind. One thing I believe in life, when I was in secondary school, we have a people that are smoking their hams. While they were nominating people for class monitor or class reps, they are the ones that nominate us. But when we get there, with the grace of God upon us, we are able to turn the class to the will of everybody.
You made a very nice point, but being a pastor does not mean that he is righteous. Because pastor can never make anybody righteous. It is only a good man can make the country good, not a pastor. Because everybody prays to God. Everybody believes in God. Yes. Yeah, and a pastor also believes in God, as I also believe. And believing in God does not mean that I am righteous, or does not mean that I can do something good. Yeah. But what this country wants is somebody who is credible, who can be able to lead this country to the greater heights, because this country has a lot of all it takes to be more than all these developed countries. It's just that our leaders here, they are not concentrated, they only being selfish, try to accumulate the whole wealth, build their houses, take their children abroad. People are here suffering.
If you're a church overseer, you cannot leave your church and go and contest a political post. But a brand pastor can contest a political post. And you understand? Even particularly as a redeemed pastor can be a civil servant and pastor a branch in a redeemed. And as a lecturer, so there's nothing bad about it, Oga. What we are saying in Nigeria, mental understanding is that once you become a politician, you become a bad man. You cannot say the truth. Then you find yourself in a midst of people that cannot say the truth. Like Adeboye said why he hates politicians because they are all liars. It depends on the individual. Or somebody can go there as a pastor and be a man that has a fear of God and he still remain being there. If you are a Christian anywhere you are.
One thing I want us to know is that the Bible says, when the righteous rule, the people rejoice. Now, my question is this: where do the righteous come from? Should they come from heaven? Fall down from heaven? Should they come from the ground? No! We can find the righteous among the people. And it's either from the church or from the mosque. That is my own opinion. For a clergyman or any man, go into politics. Very right. If you know what you are going there to do.
This country, Nigeria, is witnessing decay in terms of education, infrastructural development from the hands of those that believe they know better than what they think they ought to have done. But today, the nation will look at the youth today. I don't think we have youth that have future for themselves. If you look at their mode of dressing, the way they put on their earring, the way they mold their hair, you look at the ladies, the way the ladies put on borrowed hair, the way you see the youth sagging themselves, you see the way the youth, sometimes they talk, the type of thing, the type of English, the type of relationship they have with the people, they don't have respect for elderly people.
Nothing is moving in Nigeria as of now, especially power sector. The power sector is nothing to write home about. The government of Gulo Jonathan, they privatized the power sector, and we believe that by now, at least we have seen some improvement in the power sector, but to my surprise, it's not working. I don't know.
Uninteresting thing to say about. Because Nigeria has gone so far than for us to be having this recurrent fuel scarcity. It is not a very good thing. We are not happy about it. And I hope the new government will do something about it to make life more comfortable for people to live in.
The issue of the fuel scarcity
It's really affecting us in our business. Everything is increased. The normal thing we are buying some goods is not the thing they are selling it now, and everybody's complaining. It's also affecting the masses to come out, to come and patronize and do their daily business. So we are talking on the government to do something about it.
We are stubbornness in Nigeria now. I don't want what's happening now. I don't want to see money. I don't want to see because I cannot work this. I don't shop this. Can't you say they are feeling my stomach is not good. I won't shop this. I don't study money to shop this. I don't work this because I didn't see anything to shop it. I don't study no fuel, no lights. I someone see myself in. I didn't shop. I don't study money to pay this. I cannot pay this shopping money. So I don't know what's happening.
We are burning generators since morning. They brought the lights. It's not up to 30 minutes. They took it back. So the light system in Nigeria is very, very low. Very bad. If I thought that government will help us to find any solution for this, so I will be very, very happy to stay in Nigeria. If I see my way safe, I will run out from Nigeria and go to other country and enjoy myself.
By eating jollof rice or iyan this morning and you have never taken garri, we will not be talking the same way.
If you cannot carry gun, you will take it with petrol or barrel.
Have to get up to $1 million naira. A criminal is always a criminal.
Stringent punishment must be meted on them.
Problems there, industries. Why we are here suffering? What for?
There is a particular place, a dark spot, which Nigerian army cannot actually enter into.
If not proven efficient.
That is absolute obnoxity in nature.
If you look at the reaction of the Nigerian police force, it's very bad.
Because Nigeria now has become a spiritual bowl.
So on this note, we'll cut it short on your darling program, The People, the program that echoes the voice of the people, even the voice of the voiceless. I remain your indefatigable host, Emmanuel Ajayi. Keep it locked on Coretv News. This is what the people are saying.
You don't run a big economy with generator. They need to do more in terms of energy and power.
Many things to do for this Nigeria about lights, water, and new TT.
For Nigerians that are not gullible, we know that good laws have done nothing good for this country.
Buhari won the election convincingly.
Talk to our husband that you should keep promise about what you said, and because people are watching you, another election is coming.
But some people will stand for Yoruba land, will be strong man. We don't die.
This nation is moving forward. The best is going to take place.
The people giving voice to the voiceless.
God make everything dey good for us. This ground good well. Everything come from the ground. If it's in our pikin, if it's in our money, anything, if it's in our food, person know am now. Say now from the ground everything dey come. This ground na big miracle. You no think so? Me, na from this ground I dey chop. I no go joke with am. My name is Sheson Ajoje. I'm a farmer. For farm, me I no go write paper. Only me and the God. I go tell God, I wan plant something before 3 months now. Make it, I go collect something. But for government, I go tell am say the paper go write so. Go bring the thing, go carry the thing, go bring the thing. I come from Ogun State. My father born like five children because me I dey inside like number 4. Salamu, give number mu pure water bye. Number mu pure water. I marry only one. I born like 6 children. One dey do mechanic, one dey do weather, one dey learn this carpenter, one dey learn mechanic engineer of this generator. So another one learn that is small one, he still go school. Second one dey for this soul. Na woman, 2 woman, 4 woman. Na get, but the wife don die. He's sick now. He's sick like 1-2 months. Na weak low, but I know say not be weak low. Na God na say time don reach before go die. Because if you see weak low be to am, if you say not be another person don put you hand, you no go fit die. The time my baba come from this Ogun State, na here I come stay. I don't go that house. Maybe you don't see am now. Na old house now. You don't tell me I no go be talking na so this year. Because we had to talk like 200 years now. It be like say go be like this. Because don old patapata. The time this place don fall down. You be say come take the block manager. After now, you know say everything don. You gonna know say this one na old the house. Adrawa gba o. I did okay. Àwa ni pa see am. If the time they work well, you see if I dey put your things inside like this now, come put am for my body. If the person say wan buy a tablet for me, I go tell am say I no need. If I don wake up in the morning, I go pray for the mosque. If I dey comot like this, 7 o'clock, I don enter for my farm. I go do work from 7 o'clock reach 10 o'clock. I go comot go do security for that my brother for this place now. After now, I comot around 5 or 6. I go come for my house, come relax. So early in the morning, because now 2 times I go farm before, but now 1 time. Oh, come turn like this. Like this. Because you know say some go enter for school, come read them. But for my own, if I plant corn today now, I go tell them the day they germinate. If I plant cassava today, I go tell the day they germinate because I don't get the sense like this. So nobody say I plant and come read them inside the book. Say na so go check am. I go tell them say if you rain dey enter, what this corn now 5 days, it don't germinate. If say na do 3 days, it don't start to germinate. But if say na cassava, na 1 week it go germinate. So na so everything dey line by line. See, this is okra. In the night, if I pass for this place now, I go see many fish. Big one. The fish they bite the person dey inside this water. Honestly. Oh. If I put touch like this now, if I don't see the fish like this now, you go know say kaki no be like that. I don't know the thing government they do. If the government won't help anybody, make the government go look at. But you go tell them say don't worry. If you are another thing they enter, go do am. Another person go enter. You go until now God go know the thing go do for this place. You know say if you wan go Ikotu, if you wan go Ejigbo, if you wan go Isolo, if you wan go Yanopaja, motor dey pass for this place before now. My name is Cheson Ajoje. That's my Nigeria story. I need money. I need fertilizer. You know say some dey talk say government dey try, but you know near me. If they near me now, I go talk say don't collect inside.
Welcome to 100 years in 100 words. Nigerian currency. Nigeria has used various forms of currencies, including cowries and manillas. During the British colonial rule, pounds and shillings was Nigeria's legal tender. On July the 1st, 1959, the Central Bank of Nigeria issued the Nigerian currency note and coins, which saw the end to the West African Currency Board notes and coins, which had been in existence since 1912. As the saying goes, change is constant. The new government of Nigeria saw the need to change the legal tender status of the currency on 1st July 1962 to reflect the country's new status. The change also occurred in 1968 as a war strategy following the misuse of the country's currency notes. March 1971, the then head of state announced that Nigeria would change to decimal currencies as from January 1st, 1973. The major currency unit will be called Naira, and it will be equivalent to 10 shillings. The minor currency unit will be called Kobo, hundreds of which will make 1 Naira. The change that took place was a major one, and this involved both currency notes and coins. The major unit of currency, which used to be £1, ceased to exist, and the 1 Naira, which was equivalent to 10 shillings, became the major unit. On 11 February 1977, after the assassination of General Murtala Mohammed, the then head of state of Nigeria, a new banknote denomination of the value of 20 Naira was issued. This was special in 2 respects. The 20 Naira banknote was the highest denomination to be introduced then, and its issue became necessary as a result of the growth of the incomes in the country. The 20 Naira banknote became the first currency note in Nigeria bearing the portrait of a Nigerian citizen. In this case, the late head of state, General Murtala Ramahat Mohammed, 1938 to 1976, who was the torchbearer of the Nigerian Revolution, July 1975. On the 2nd of July 1979, new currency notes of 3 denominations, namely 1 Naira, 5 Naira, and 10 Naira, were introduced. In 1991, both the 50 kobo and the 1 Naira notes were coins, and in response to the expansion in economic activities and to facilitate an efficient payment system, the 100 Naira, 200 Naira, 500 Naira, and 1000 Naira notes were introduced in December 1999, November 2000, April 2001, and October 2005, respectively. On February the 28th, 2007, as part of the economic reforms again, 50 Naira, 20 Naira, 10 Naira, and 5 Naira banknotes, as well as 1 Naira and 50 kobo coins, were issued in new design, while a new 2 Naira coin was introduced. Here are the faces of the Nigerian heroes that have graced the face of Nigerian currency over time.
Nigerians are expected to seek out the best. 2 words to describe the activity.
The Yoruba Unity Forum is conducted.
Be the first to know.
Coretv News.
From the north, south, east, west, and around Africa.
Presidential
We break the news.
Women in Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live
I wish you would
as the news spreads. We are Coretv News.
Welcome to Coretv Primetime
Our
News.
24-hour news station.
Every day of the week will bring to you divergent views on news making the headline.
If people who commit crime are being rewarded with national honors, with national appointments, then where are we going in this country?
It's not about whether it was Jonathan or whether you are going to have a Buhari. It's the kind of political structure we run.
Sometimes it gets confrontational.
We are talking about a Buhari who at 41 became head of state. The man did not exhibit the attribute of somebody that is strong intellectually.
So, comrade, you're saying if you become governor, you're going to bring back Okada?
Of course.
You will bring back the market women on the streets?
Excuse me, don't put words into my mouth.
On Core Digest, we bring all of this to the court of public opinion, where you are the judge.
You can now watch Coretv News live from anywhere in the world on our website, www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime Days.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon on our website. On Facebook, click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
Hello, it's nice to have you join me on today's episode of From the Ivory Tower. My name is Omotayo Alo, and of course today I'm in the Pan-Atlantic University School of Media and Communication. My guest for today is Austin Unweze, who is a senior lecturer in this school. Like we do it before we go to the discussion segment where the guest speaker have to say only things about how Nigeria could be a better place. Students are actually very important in the program, and so we would hear what students have to say on the show today. Stay tuned.
I feel like the new administration is going to be better because from his past regime, he's shown signs of a diligent person. So I feel like the education sector is going to be much more improved on.
My expectations for the educational sector, I really hope that schools will be better for the public schools, that they will improve and there will be better education for the fellow Nigerians.
Well, the truth of the matter is we are not actually expecting a lot from this administration because time and time again we've been promised all sorts of things from different administrations. They come in, they just want to get into power and they promise, they make different promises, things will get better, but it is actually getting worse.
Well, I believe that Muhammadu Buhari is a man who takes after discipline. He's a very disciplined man. So now in Nigeria right now, we can see that the educational sector of the country is stagnant. It's not really going anywhere. And when Buhari comes in, the discipline will come in. Everything is going to come in. All the cultism, everything is going to be cut out.
You editor, those were the views of students on the show today. Do well to join me for the discussion segment proper.
As news breaks, people don't let events pass without giving their comment or reactions.
When the problem arises in society, these are the people that should be consulted.
To cleanse the corruption in society, we are not to provide information for good life and also security of life and property in this country.
The academic society have the loudest voice on this platform.
Whether you call it a sovereign national conference or a national conference, it is about the people of Nigeria.
There should be a change in power.
In any way they can do it.
I think there's a script already.
Every Tuesday at 8:45 p.m. on this station. From the Ivory Tower, a must-watch for the learning minds.
Okay, thanks for joining me on another interesting discussion segment on From the Ivory Tower. And like you know, we are in the School of Media and Communication, Pan-Atlantic University. And I'm joined with a senior lecturer of this particular school. His name is Dr. Austin Unweze. Good day.
Good day. Thank you.
It's nice having you on the program today.
It's my pleasure to be here.
Okay, and I must confess that as new as the site is, actually, I've seen a lot of beautiful things to behold in the school.
Thank God for that.
Let's hope that the equipment here will be maintained, really.
You can be sure of that.
Okay. Yes, speaking on that, I want you to start on the foot of where we are in Nigeria, especially in the education sector. You know, a lot of times you hear people make statements like Nigerian graduates are unemployable because they really are not ready to face what is really out there. So beyond the beautiful structures we have in Nigeria, while in some cases we have very dilapidated classroom, what do you think the academics could do to actually solve or maybe make things a lot better for the budding graduates we have in Nigeria?
If I were the president, I would declare state of emergency in the education sector and overhaul the system. The United Nations recommended that every national budget should commit at least 26% of its annual budget to education. But you find in the past, it was sometimes 2%, sometimes 3%, sometimes 6%. It was the Jonathan administration that actually pushed education budget to 10%, the highest ever. Why is this so? The attitude of the government, past and all that, had always been, just give them structure. They don't think of sustaining or maintaining and all that. They give them subventions and all that. But there has been this tussle, if he who pays the piper dictates the tone, but the universities have been resisting that and all that. There should be an overhaul. We need to come up with something that, a system that somebody will graduate, study something that the industry needs, you know? And that has been the major thing. I was involved in a training program that was sponsored by Ford Foundation and coordinated by CMD, Center for Management Development. I was part of the faculty. And we went around all the federal universities, talking to them about university autonomy, how the universities can link up with the industry. Industry can also sponsor part of the, you know, like it's done in Canada, Fraser University and all that, you know. But the universities always go camp in hand, government subvention. In one, Othman Danfodio University in Sokoto, I actually told them to begin to think of a way of, you know, through research and other things, so they can commercialize their research findings and do research and commercialize it to sustain the universities rather than depending on the government.
Do you think what Nigeria really needs now is having more university structures for the population that is rising, or improving the quality of education therein?
It's a combination of the two. But let me tell you, the thing that we should do is democratize education. Having more educational institutions at various levels. Now, the quality doesn't, yeah, it matters. But the thing is that when people have access, if you ask me, scrap JAMB. Yes, scrap JAMB. Because JAMB has a way of discouraging people from going to school. Scrap it. There are other ways. You start from secondary school, the grades, there's a grade point where you have to measure by the time you finish secondary school to enable you to determine whether you go to university or not. So JAMB will play another role. Now, when you do that, have more universities, then you'll be able to say, yes, we can now, competition will come in.
How do you mean JAMB discourage people from going to universities?
Yes.
I feel, because is it not the standard for people to
It is not, you see, sometimes there are various, not only one way, there are various ways of encouraging people to go to university, for instance, rather than JAMB. You know how many times that these boys, girls write JAMB, you know, and when it didn't favor them, they go to overseas. And we are losing income, revenue, being repatriated, exported to other countries. Now, what we are going to do? Encourage more universities. Like the Jonathan administration established about 14 universities, 11 of them in the north.
This is what the people are saying.
You don't run a big economy with generator. They need to do more in terms of energy and power.
Many things to do for this Nigeria about lights, water, and new TT.
For Nigerians that are not gullible, we know that good laws have done nothing good for this country.
Buhari won the election convincingly.
Talk to our husband that you should keep promise about what you said, and because people are watching you, you know, another election is coming.
Because some people will stand for Yoruba land, will be strong man, you don't die.
This nation is moving forward. The best
is going to take place.
The people giving voice to the voiceless.
Coretv News, expanding your view. Our website and Facebook. Click on the Facebook and YouTube to see all our previous news production. You can also watch us live on YouTube. Click Coretv, leave a space, then news. Coretv News, a 24-hour news station.
Some pundits believe that as long as the political system is driven by selected few, corruption may be difficult to fight.
Be careful about what you say.
I am not the only politician. Even if I've wronged anyone, it is time to forgive me.
Please for Arena every Sunday at 9:15 p.m. and a repeat broadcast every Tuesday at 1:30 p.m. Nigerians are expected to seek out the best. 2 words to describe the activity. The Yoruba Unity Forum is conducted.
Be the first to know. From the north, south, east, west, and around Africa.
Presidential
we break the news.
Women in Nigeria.
Now you can catch all the actions live.
I wish you
as the news breaks. We are Coretv News.
Welcome to Coretv Primetime News.
A 24-hour news station.
Hello there, welcome to the News of 4 with me, Sabena Izuke, and with me?
I'm Emmanuel Ezekiel. We'll go to our first story, which is focused on the handover where President now, Muhammadu Buhari, has assured all Nigerians that he will be a president for all, saying he belongs to all and not to one. He also assured those who feel threatened by his assumption of office that he is not interested in witch hunting anybody, but also added that his government will tackle the nation's immediate problems headlong. These immediate problems, according to him, includes corruption, power shortages, infrastructural decay, and insecurity, which he says are not insurmountable obstacles. He added that his administration will reform the public service to be more responsible and that he will operate strictly with democratic norms and principles. He also charged the incoming National Assembly to work together with him and the judiciary to move the nation forward, devoid of confusion. President Buhari also asked for all hands to be on deck to propel the nation towards a future of shared prosperity. He thanked the nation's neighbors for the support in tackling the Boko Haram insurgents, while also announcing a relocation of the command center in the fight against Boko Haram
to Maiduguri.
Pious, an eccentric and unorthodox preacher with a tiny following was given posthumous fame and following by his extrajudicial murder at the hands of the police. Since then, through official bungling, negligence, complacency, or collusion, Boko Haram became a terrifying force, taking tens of thousands of lives and capturing several towns and villages, covering swaths of Nigerian sovereign territory. Boko Haram is a mindless, godless group who are as far away from Islam as one can think of. At the end of the hostilities, was a group...
The national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has described the taking over of governance by Muhammadu Buhari as a triumph of the resilience of Nigerians over broken promises and fraudulent representative governance. In a statement he personally signed on the occasion of handing over of power of Muhammadu Buhari, described all Nigerians as heroes of democracy. The APC national leader, in a statement which he tagged, "A new Nigeria is possible," said today will be recorded as the moment Nigerians were finally allowed to participate in democracy. He said after many false dawns, Nigerians will celebrate the true dawn of democracy, but not in a carefree manner. He described President Muhammadu Buhari as a dedicated public servant who would deliver the change Nigerians are yearning for, but also added that the path will not be easy. He urged all Nigerians to join hands with the administration of Muhammadu Buhari to move Nigeria forward.
The Transition Monitoring Group TMG has called on the new administration of Muhammadu Buhari to embark on a total cleanup and overhauling of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC and sack its present leader Ibrahim Lamode. The TMG said Nigerians had lost confidence in the inability of the EFCC to prosecute the fight against corruption. According to the organization, the agitation became necessary because the EFCC currently had little or no value in the reckoning of Nigerians. Efforts to get the response of the organization's spokesperson, Wilson Wujaran, proved abortive.
And away from that, Akinwumi Ambode has been sworn in as the governor of Lagos State by the State Chief Judge Oluwafunmilayo Atilade. Ambode, who won the Lagos State governorship election ahead his challenger Jimmy Agbaje, was sworn in at the Tafawa Balewa Square, Lagos, in the presence of his predecessor, former Governor Babatunde Fashola. And we'll bring you more of those details in a subsequent bulletin.
Staying with swearing in now to Imo State, where the swearing of Imo State Governor Rochas Okorocha is currently ongoing at the Dan IM Stadium Owerri, where correspondent Ajibade Awofesal reports that the stadium was filled to capacity with residents and supporters of the governor. He gave us this update earlier.
Describe the victory of Governor Rochas. What would be your choice of words?
Victory for the people, and always for the people of Imo State has voted for him, and with all the
Well, away from Imo State to Plateau State, where the governor Simon Lalong has also taken oath of office in the state with scenes of unprecedented jubilation at the Rewang Pam Stadium in Jos. The governor, who was sworn in by the state chief judge, Pius Damulak, promises to take the state to the next level and reposition it for better performance and general development. He also promised to address the issue of insecurity that has plagued the state for so long.
Well, staying with the promises and, of course, swearing in, Niger State Governor, who has just been sworn in, Sani Bello, has promised to salvage the state and reposition it for greatness. He stated this while delivering his inaugural speech at the Bako Kotangora Stadium in Minna, Niger State. There was, however, a mild drama at the inauguration was going on. Operatives of the State Security Services formed a human shield around former Governor Muazu Babangida Aliyu after objects. Well, you've just tuned in. This is Coretv News at 4. We'll go for a quick break and we'll come back and bring you more stories. Don't go away.
As news breaks, people don't let events pass without giving their comment or reactions.
When the problem arises in society, these are the people that should be consulted.
To cleanse the corruption in society, we are not to provide information for good life and also security of life and property in this country.
The academic society have the loudest voice on this platform.
Whether you call it a sovereign national conference or a national conference, it's about the people of Nigeria.
There should be a change in power. In any way they can do it.
I think there's a script already.
Every Tuesday at 8:45 p.m. on this station. From the Ivory Tower, a must-watch for the learning minds.
Welcome back to the news. And for more information, you can reach us on any of our social media platform, and that's on facebook.com/Coretv News. And well, better still on our Twitter.
A Twitter handle at Coretv News NG or a YouTube. YouTube.com.
And youtube.com/Coretv space and the news. And then we move on to Kwara State, where the Governor Abdul Fattah Ahmed has taken oath of office for a second term in office as the state governor in the Metropolitan Square in Ilorin. The governor, after taking oath of office from the state chief judge, Ishola Bangbola, in his inauguration speech, promised the people of the state all-round development in the next 4 years.
Our next story goes to Kano, what you might describe as hitting the ground running. Governor Abdullahi Ganduje of Kano State has approved the appointment of Rabiu Beche as secretary to the state government. This is contained in a statement personally signed by the governor and issued in Kano. Beche is immediate past secretary to the state government who was in the state's executive council dissolved on Thursday by the former governor Rabiu Kwankwaso. The governor's statement also announced the appointment of Alhaji Usman Mohammed as his principal private secretary and Alhaji Muhammad Naiya as head of service. According to the statement, former director of press to Kwankwaso, Halilu Dantiye, has been appointed Director General, Media and Communication to the governor. It said that other media aides appointed were Alhaji Aminu Yassar as press secretary and Alhaji Bala Salihu as special advisor, print media. The governor, who congratulated the new appointees, urged them to be dedicated and be ready to serve the state selflessly. The appointments are with immediate effect.
Well, Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu has promised that members of the People's Democratic Party in the forthcoming 8th National Assembly would provide credible and responsible opposition to deepen democracy and promote good governance in the country. He also announced that the PDP National Assembly members-elect would hold a one-day retreat in Port Harcourt on Monday, the 1st of June 2015, to strategize towards their opposition role in the 8th National Assembly. In a statement in Enugu on the occasion of Nigeria's 16th Democracy Day anniversary, Senator Ekweremadu described the smooth transition from the PDP administration to the All Progressive Congress, that's the APC government, as a big leap for the nation's democracy. The Deputy Senate President said the PDP National Assembly members-elect decided to organize the retreat to equip its members with the requisite skills and knowledge on change management. This, he explains, is because, as members of the former ruling party, many of them are about to be confronted with new experience. Ekweremadu stressed that the forum would hold the federal government accountable and ensure the Nigerians were not shortchanged by the APC administration.
And with that expected meeting by PDP members in Port Harcourt, we'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you sports.
Sport news, where FIFA 209 members association decided on Friday whether to give Battler a fifth term as president. Just stay with us.
You can now watch Coretv News live from anywhere in the world on our website www.coretvnews.com. Click on Live TV on our website and watch us live.
And welcome to Coretv Primetime News.
To follow us on Twitter, click on Twitter icon.
Also known as the head of the Federal Military Government of Nigeria on July the 29th, 1975. He was assassinated along with his ABC, Lieutenant Akintode Akinshenwa, on February the 13th, 1976, when his car was ambushed en route to his office at the Dan Barracks, Lagos. During his rule, he introduced the popular phrase, fellow Nigerians, and with immediate effect, which became part of the nation's vocabulary. He also fought corruption, bringing some corrupt officials to trial. In recognition of his numerous contributions to the country's economic growth, he became the first Nigerian citizen to have his portrait appear on a Nigerian currency note, the 20 naira note. His plan to orderly transit to civilian rule was completed by his successor, the Chief of Staff Supreme Headquarters, Olusegun Obasanjo, who handed over power to Shehu Shagari on October 1st, 1979. Today, Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, is named in his honor. Nigeria is a blessed nation.
I can't afford a car. I can't afford good clothes. I need new shoes. And they will complain and cry for days. You've heard the song. Some have food, but they cannot eat. Some can eat, but they have no food. They do not have any reason to complain because I just have my sight. Do you know what it means not to know how you look? Sometimes I pick the mirror and wish I could say abracadabra and see myself on it. Well, like it is said, in everything, give thanks to God. My name is Netia Akwan. I'm a dry cleaner. I will lift up my eyes to the God of Israel, who called me to sing. He is what I've hidden in the corner of my heart, so that I might not sin. So no matter what I see, me go turn my face away, truth on away, cause I know. From Coretv State, from a local government. Well, my parents have 9 children. I'm the second. I came to Lagos when I was 17. That was 1992. Then I was living with my uncle. So from there I started studying. When I came, he took me to a place which I started selling for somebody in a supermarket. Then by that 93, that is when I learned this work, how to do this dry cleaning job. Then after that, 1993, from then me and my senior started a vendor of how to sell newspaper. 1995 and 96. That's when This is again. Okay. All right.
You're right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Keep going to your right.
Okay. No, I wasn't born blind. I wasn't. It happened 1996. That was November 96. Okay, I went out to meet a friend. Then I have a bike. Also coming back with that bike, as I want to enter my street. So I entered the street. As I entered my compound, from then I started having some pains in my eyes. So from then they took me to the village. It wasn't instantly then I become blind. Then they took me to my village. That was my senior brother led me to the village. When we get there, then my granddad was there in the village. Then they said that this thing is not ordinary thing, that is a spiritual. Very well. I then stopped doing a vendor the business because I could not walk on the street. So now I remember that I have something else that I can do, which was this dry cleaning work. So I'm doing for that allergic fluid, yeah? Okay, you still have some flavor. Though, we work with our eyes. Even though anything I'm going to do, if you are seeing what you are doing, though, you'll be happy. But that's what I'm not seeing. The challenge is there because I'm not seeing what I'm doing. Maybe when customers come, it's difficult to know the customer. Or sometimes people owe me. That's it. If they owe, when they are passing by, I will not know them. I read somebody's mind, not because I didn't know how you look like, but I only read their mind and know whether you are truthful. So that's how I judge mine. Even my customer, when they come to me, I will be reading them. I will know the one that is good.
Oh, my fair, my dark.
How will I know whether you are fair? But should I touch?
Yes, please touch.
It's okay.
Am I fair?
No, you are fair.
I'm fair. Wow, how did you know that?
I have a son. The one that I was dating then, that I was having in mind to marry. So the very first thing that this thing happened, she left. Even when I went to a place, they led me to a place there to meet me. She only greeted me. She didn't even do that like she knows me. I stay with my son. It helps me a lot. He never complained. So he never bothered about the condition I am. He still leads me along anywhere I want him to go. We'll go. Yep. Leave home by 8 in the morning with my son. They want to lead me to the shop. From there, he leaves to his school. After school, he will then come back to the shop. We stay together and work together. Also, by 8, we come together. He will be the one to lead me home. Then we cook, we eat, play together and sleep. My name is Aniete Akpan. That's my Nigerian story. It's been long, I laugh. It's been long. No, I do used to smile, but I didn't laugh as then that I used to see before. That I laugh, I see something beautiful or something funny. No, I have to. But now, even so, someone is acting funny, I will not know that someone is acting funny. So there's no point of laughing. One day we'll get married. Yes, that's what I'm thinking of. The day that we're going to get. I know before then, God will make a way out.
Progress TV, celebrating African heritage.
Once every year, the people of Zogo in Idato, North Local Government Area of Imo State, Nigeria, let go of all their worries. They come home where there is peace, love, and a shared history to celebrate Ikeji, the biggest festival east of the Niger.
Ikeji Festival is our cultural heritage, and we have taken this period, set this period to be a time of homecoming, a time of reunion, when we come, both ours in diaspora, our children, our daughters and sons at abroad, they come back to see their kith and kin, in addition to the Ikeji Festival. We use it as a time of homecoming. In other words, we call it is a time for our own senses. Who is who in Arondizo?
Arondizogo is made up of the Aro people who migrated from Arochukwu centuries ago to settle in their present position. A native gives an insight into the origin of the town.
Arondizogo migrated from Arochukwu by a man called Izuogumbokpo. He was a slave trader. He conquered the people like Isuokpo, Umuobom, Umueshi, Umuduru, Amuro, and so on and so forth, and expanded himself.
The people of Arondizogo are friendly and they know how to make visitors feel at home. They are a people who seem passionate about traveling. This is evident from the number of indigents outside the shores of Nigeria. With their mystic and rhythmic dance steps, the masquerades held their people and their visitors spellbound. For most celebrants, the EKG festival is a period to let go of everything and enjoy. The EKG festival begins with a mass buying and selling of farm products and animals, especially goats, in all markets in the 18 autonomous communities that make up the town. This is the preparation for the feasting, which starts on the second day of the festival. The second day of EKG is also the day when the people offer sacrifices to their ancestors, thanking them for protecting and providing for them in the past year.
In the traditional education, there was nothing like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Our forefathers counted their own days by the market days. So they have Eke market, they have Oye market, they have Afo market, they have Nkwo market, 4 market days. And so if you watch, what they have done there was to lay the necessary ground for the 4 market days. And so if they pronounce blessing on you on this great day, that blessing will follow you on Eke day, it will follow you on Orie day, it will follow you on Afo day, it will follow you on Nkwo day. That is the 4. And when the kola nut is broken after being blessed, you will see that they will lay 4 pieces of kola nuts also to say that you will have food on Eke day, you will have food on Afo day, Oye day, Afo day, and Nkwo day. We don't use Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. It is unknown to us. It is unknown to our own earlier tradition.
Prayers are said